Hello, good morning. Hi. Happy day 2 of the Redefining Crazy Conference. It is the system and not the people. We know this. Yeah. Again, I'm emceeing. My name is Daniels. I use she and they pronouns. I'm the Associate Director of Strategic Partnerships and Outreach for MHASF. I'm so pleased to have you all here with us. I know that we had a jam-packed agenda yesterday. We have so much more wonderful presentation and blips and time together planned for today. Hip Hop for Change will be performing again our closing keynote, which if you didn't come to the networking event yesterday where they performed on stage briefly, their performance was just exceptional. Their messaging is incredible. We know that performance and the arts are all a mental health, both prevention and intervention model, and we're just so glad to have them here. Please stay until the end to enjoy their keynote, which is a combination of performance and some talk about the work that they do. So I have a couple of just quick announcements. If you are staying on site and your staff or your room was ending today, then checkout is at 10 o'clock. So make sure to check out, but you can have your bags or any supplies stored upstairs at that bellhop. Our restrooms, again, are gender neutral. If you're not familiar, those are right across the hall. And we are providing lunch today. Those are really, we don't have any major corrections to the agenda today, which is wonderful. And if you, again, have any questions, you can always direct them up to the registration desk. We do ask that you fill out a feedback form before you leave about the conference. This is our first conference in real life in 5 years. It's been a learning process, and we're excited to do it again next year, but we want to hear more about what you would like to see more of next year. Please, if you're going to deliver feedback with the random assortment of staff around, have that be positive feedback. Thank them for the work that they've put in today and put any constructive criticism into those forms so that we can really track any feedback you have and also keep the morale as high as we can. So thank you again so much for joining us. I am pleased to introduce our morning keynote speaker. Honey Mahogany is a performer, small business owner, and activist who grew up in San Francisco. Honey has her master's in social welfare from UC Berkeley, and her work as an advocate, culture creator, and change maker has earned her recognition from the city, from the state, sainthood from Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, awards from numerous organizations, the Court of San Francisco, the Harvey Milk Democratic Club, Trans Day of Visibility. She is the founder, the co-founder, and the inaugural executive director of San Francisco's Transgender District, which is the first recognized transgender district internationally. She is the founding queen of Drag Story Hour, the co-owner of the cultural institution and bar The Stud, and a singer with the new metal group Commando. She recently ran an incredible campaign for District 6 Supervisor. We are so proud to have her a member of our community and an advocate for so many important causes that, again, are all, we know, part of mental health care, prevention, intervention, treatment, and new models of ways of supporting our community. So thank you for being here, Honey, and I'll let you come up and give your remarks.
Well, good morning, everybody. Oh, we could do better than that. Good morning. Nice to see you. I am really excited to be here today. Redefining crazy. It's the system, not the people. What a powerful slogan. And I can tell you as someone who is a social worker, who's worked in City Hall and the state government, that that is absolutely true and the right approach to all of this. I feel absolutely energized to be here today and stoked because I have to say sometimes it feels like it's rare to get into a room of so many people who are willing to fight to create change. Because I don't know about you, but I personally am feeling a little tired. I mean, I feel like we're all sort of stumbling through this collective waking nightmare, am I right? Yeah, it's been a little bit crazy. Many of the institutions that we thought were supposed to protect us, protect everyone, protect our rights, are failing us. And it's heartbreaking, it's scary, and frankly, it's exhausting. Every day there is a new attack. Every day there is a new atrocity. Some new piece of legislation that seeks to demean us, dehumanize us, criminalize us, strip us of our rights, and push us out of existence. And I don't know about you, but thinking about that, seeing that in the news day after day, cycle after cycle, in our social media timelines, on repeat, is not the reality that I thought that I would be living in 2024. But again, it's moments like this, gathering together with other people who are keen to make a difference, that bring me peace, bring me inspiration, and most importantly, bring me hope. One of the things that has been most inspiring to me is our youth. Aren't they just incredible? I mean, even with everything that the world has thrown at them, all the things previous generations have gotten wrong, from climate change to gun violence and attacking our civil liberties, young people have been getting right, and they are fighting back. I was so honored to have the opportunity today to speak at 2 separate youth rallies in San Francisco, both dealing with attacks on the trans community. And I was feeling honored to hear from youth themselves who are feeling tired, who are indignant that this was the situation that they were in because they knew they deserved better and that the adults in their lives were failing them, and that this country was failing them again and again. And they are now being forced to lead the way and make their voices heard. And you know, I know how they feel because I too was young once, a very long time ago. And I remember feeling a profound sense of injustice about the way the world worked. I still feel that way. It certainly wasn't easy growing up a Black, queer, gender nonconforming kid in the early 80s, especially as the child of African immigrants. And yet I am profoundly grateful for those difficult experiences that helped shape my life, and without which I don't think I would be here today. My story really begins before my family came to San Francisco. And honestly, it actually starts with my dad. My father, who grew up in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, the son of a tailor, he grew up poor but was smart as a whip and ended up attending one of the top public universities or public schools in the country. My mother's story and background was quite different. Her parents, my grandparents, were diplomats for the Emperor of Ethiopia at the time. So my mother, a very quiet and modest and humble woman, grew up in embassies in Berlin and Mexico City. She speaks 4 languages fluently and worked hard putting herself through school while raising me and my brother. And her humility and grace and composure under fire have always been a source of inspiration for me. But maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. When my been accepted into medical school in Europe and was studying to be a doctor. But in the late 1970s, a dictatorship took over Ethiopia. My father, who was organizing against the dictatorship, was part of a purge of young activists. His Ethiopian citizenship and passport were both revoked. So overnight, my father went from being a medical student with a bright future ahead of him to one of hundreds of thousands of refugees without a documented homeland. I can tell you, happy to provide a place for a promising young doctor. They didn't have a place for a stateless refugee. My father's position at his medical school was revoked, and my brilliant, multilingual, pro-democracy parents were told that they weren't welcome. But you know who did welcome them? San Francisco. My mother had friends from her days in the embassy that were living here in the city, and they sponsored my family's application to move here. My parents went from living in an apartment near the ocean in Greece to suddenly being refugees living in a tiny apartment in San Francisco's outer Sunset neighborhood, also by the ocean, but a little colder. I was born a few years later. After my parents moved here at UCSF, and I'm thankful every day that San Francisco was where my family was accepted with open arms. Eventually, my parents were even able to sponsor the immigration of my extended family. I grew up next to my aunts and uncles and cousins, many of them living with us at first, and then once they could afford to do so, moving into a bunch of apartments right next door on Terraville Street. By the way, fun fact, my family is devoutly Catholic. Like, I mean, pre-Vatican II Catholic. And we were brought up to be very, very good Catholics. I'm still recovering. My parents were actually married at St. Gabriel's Church, the same church where my brother and I were baptized and just a few blocks from where I grew up. My parents worked hard to ensure that both my brother and I went to Catholic school, first to St. Gabriel's for elementary, and then, I'm always a little embarrassed to say this sometimes, but St. Ignatius College Preparatory in the Outer Sunset. I'm only embarrassed because it has a certain reputation. If you know, you know. In order to do this, my dad gave up his dream of becoming a doctor and instead became a teacher in the city in order to provide for his family. He worked for decades to save up and buy his own taxi medallion and worked long nights and weekends to make sure that me and my brother had every opportunity. Now, I'm telling you my dad's story because I want you to understand my roots. And there are lessons that he taught me that have made me who I am. One is that everything can change in an instant. We can't take our democracy, our freedoms, our institutions for granted. We have to tend to democracy, fight for it, and we have to work hard to make sure that that arc of history bends towards progress and not backwards in our lifetimes. The second is that there is tremendous power in a collective organizing, like what we're doing here today. I can't tell you how deeply I believe that. Like my father was before me, I am a community organizer at heart, someone who loves bringing people together because I truly believe that we are stronger together. Have each other's backs and protect one another, because as we've seen play out in real time over these last few years, first they come for them, and then they come for us. And the third lesson my father taught me that probably influenced me more than anything else, he taught me about the power of a dream deferred. My father passed away in 2014, and I often think about who he would have been if he had been able to lead the life that he had worked so hard for. And I wonder what would have happened if he'd been able to pursue his dream of being a doctor here in the United States. While my father did not quite get to live his dream, he worked hard so that my brother and I could live ours. That is what this country is supposed to be about, what the American dream is supposed to be about, and what it's supposed to be made of. And that dream, and maybe it's the dream of the American dream, is one that I believe is worth fighting for. Fighting to make sure that we are providing the opportunity for everyone to go out there and lead their lives as they see fit. And look, I guess I'm still a good Catholic at heart, and I say that as only a transgender, pro-choice drag queen can, but I say this because I truly learned a lot from the Jesuits. Patience, determination, and probably the most important lesson, being a person for others. Being the change you want to see in this world and working to give back to and for my community. That early Catholic influence is what led me to pursue social work and social justice. And I did it just very, very queerly. I went to USC for undergrad, and my first job was becoming a counselor for youth at a nearby magnet school. But as soon as I came out, and yes, I came out back then in college, I know that's very 2000 and late, but that was early by those standards, not so much by today's standards. Anyway, as soon as I came out, every other job I had was a queer one. I was a member of my school's GLBTA, I worked at the school's LGBT center, I became a resident counselor for the Rainbow floor at USC, and I also worked on an HIV prevention study for men who have sex with men called the Virtual Sex Project. It wasn't as fun as it sounds. But after graduating college, I was actually going to move permanently to Los Angeles and work full-time on the Virtual Sex Project, and also pursue my dream of working in entertainment. But life had other plans. In a moment that was so specifically of the times, but also a potent portent of things to come, I was outed to my family by another family member who found pictures of me in drag that were buried deep in some folder within a folder on my Flickster account. Do y'all remember those? I know, but in my defense at that time, it was emerging technology. We were all still figuring it out, right? I know better now. Anyway, my family did not take this news well, and long story short, they sent me back to Ethiopia to get away from negative influences. As traumatic as that was at the time, I'm profoundly grateful for this interruption in my life plan. Not only did it force me to get past an inevitably uncomfortable moment, but it also provided me with an opportunity to deeply connect to my culture, my people, and my family back in Ethiopia in an incredibly special way that I will always cherish. While I was there, I actually was able to apply to several different internships and finally got accepted to my top choice, working as an intern at UN AIDS. Well, be careful what you wish for. My experience at the UN made me realize that working for a huge international organization that is in many ways disconnected from the community that it was supposed to serve was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to help people, have a direct impact on people's lives. This is what pushed me to pursue social work. When I returned home to the US, I got a job working at Larkin Street Youth Services as a homeless outreach worker and residential counselor. While Larkin Street did some truly incredible work, and I got to meet many youth who were able to piece their lives together with the help of Larkin's suite of services, I couldn't help but get hung up on those youth who seemed to fall through the cracks, unable to get out of the cycles of addiction and homelessness. I thought, there must be some way we can fix this. If only we could change this portion of the program, or we had people with more direct experience or lived experience involved in the program creation and management. So I went to pursue a master's in social welfare from UC Berkeley. I chose to enroll in the management and planning track so that I could help build better results in evidence-based driven programs. I worked at Catholic Charities of the East Bay and Lavender Seniors of the East Bay and helped build out programs there. And when I graduated, I found a job as the Community Mental Health Director at the Rainbow Community Center of Contra Costa County, becoming their first full-time employee, helping them establish their community mental health program, becoming their youth director, creating a youth mentorship program, and working to establish and maintain MOUs between our center and the Contra Costa Unified School District to provide on-site counseling and GSA support, and thus becoming one of the first LGBT centers in the country to have an MOU with a local district. And you know what I learned from all of that? That while we did some incredible work at the RCC, as we did at Larkin Street Youth Services, ultimately, many of these organizations and the programs that they run are at the mercy of their funding streams. And a majority of that funding often comes from local, state, and federal governments. And these funds were then often tied to certain metrics or had certain requirements we were able to provide services. After 5 years of working at the Rainbow Community Center and wrestling with frustrations of being a small, underfunded nonprofit, trying its best to serve an extremely underserved population, I have to admit, I got a little bit burned out. And then I got on RuPaul's Drag Race. Now, I'd really like to talk to you about my experience there and spill all that tea, but the last time I did that, I got an email reminding me that I signed a $1 million non-disclosure agreement, so I'm just gonna say that while I did not win, I did get to make a little bit of history as the first San Francisco Bay Area and Northern California drag queen on the show, as the first double elimination in the show's history, and also forever holding the title of Caftan Queen. I should have worn one today. But in all seriousness, the show gave me a platform, and I see that platform as a privilege, as an opportunity, and also as a duty to use wisely. While I still perform, I think the most meaningful work I've been able to do with my platform is to continue to push for change. I did this in several ways, but first through my access to venues. I hosted a show for 5 years in Castro called Mahogany Mondays. Did anyone ever go to that? If you did, don't hold it against me. My liver has recovered since then. I hosted that show for 5 years, and it started out as RuPaul's Drag Race viewing party, but it quickly became a platform for me to highlight the brilliance of performers who are sometimes overlooked or underbooked. I started out by being the first show in the Castro to pay local queens $100 for a show, helping to raise the standard pay for queens in the city at a time where it was all too common to ask the girls to work for free, just working for tips. I also hosted shows with all female performers, all Black performers, and more. I eventually started a party at the Stud called Black Fridays, Black variety show with Black DJs, performers, and people working the door in the bar. I created Black Fridays back in 2016, and it was a special party for me, celebrating all shapes and kinds and textures of Blackness, and creating space for Black performers to be their authentic selves and to shine just the way they wanted to. I'd spend hours in Photoshop coming up with new flyers every month and curating the shows. One night, we even became the official after party for the Grace Jones concert. More than anything else, Black Fridays was me creating the change I wanted to see. Not just creating space for Black people, but also, importantly, paying Black people to help keep them here, to help them afford to stay. Anti-displacement work has been something that I've been really passionate about. The shuttering of many of our queer spaces, especially our queer bars, is what got me involved with the Stud Collective. For those of you who don't know about the Stud Bar, it is San Francisco's oldest LGBTQ life venue. It opened in the South of Market in 1966, starting out as a butch leather bar, but to be honest, it always kind of had femme queen energy, and so it soon became known as more of a fairy bar where everyone was welcome. While the Stud has predominantly been known for its diverse alternative scene that spawned numerous dance music crazes, regular furry parties, Planet Big, and the infamous T-Shack, some of my favorite history of the bar is that the Stud was the place people went to dance the pain away after the White Night riots, a response to the murders of Supervisor Harvey Milk and Mayor George Moscone. During the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Panthers, with leaders like Huey Newton, worked to build bridges and create an intersectional movement with the gay liberation movement. And the first official meeting between the Black Panthers and gay rights leaders happened at the Stud. The Stud has also hosted such legendary acts as Charo, Bjork, Etta James. Yes, we still have those signed contracts to prove it. It was the first place that Sylvester performed with 2 Tons of Fun, and more recently, Lady Gaga. In 2016, the Stud was threatened with closure as the building was sold, and the new owners ended up tripling the rent. In order to stop its closure, I joined a group of 17 of my closest gal pals to create the Stud Collective. We created a cooperative, purchased the bar, and became the first cooperatively owned LGBTQ nightlife venue in the country. While we saved the Stud from closure and helped create a new model for business sustainability within our community, we unfortunately were forced to close again during COVID due to a variety of factors. However, I will say that the Stud just reopened its doors this past Saturday at our new location at 1123 Folsom Street, and let me tell you, opening night was epic. There was a line around the block from 5 p.m. till closing, but people didn't care. Everyone was having an amazing time. The energy was incredible, and I'm so proud that we were able to save the Stud again. My experience with the Stud led me to continue down the path of anti-displacement work. It wasn't just businesses and Black people that I was seeing being pushed out of San Francisco. Literally, all the cool people were leaving. All my friends that were incredible artists, entertainers, party promoters, many of them were leaving for the East Bay, and many more were leaving for places like Austin, New Orleans, or even LA or New York City, because somehow, even New York City had become more affordable than San Francisco. In addition to what was happening with my friends, I also had experiences working with clients as a social worker, seeing people, especially Black trans women, who were once housed in San Francisco, displaced to places like Pittsburgh and Antioch, where they were cut off from community without transportation, safety, or access to the affirming care and resources they needed. That displacement became a serious issue for many folks, and in some cases, it became an instance of life or death. This is what pushed me to found the Transgender Cultural District in San Francisco. Building on the legacy of the Compton's cafeteria riots, how many people know about the Compton's cafeteria riots? Okay, a few of you do, which is great, but the rest of you, we have to tell you about the Compton's cafeteria riots. All right, how many people have heard of Stonewall? Okay, everyone has. Well, that happened in 1969, but in 1966, right here in San Francisco, at the corner of Turk and Taylor, there was this place called the Compton's Cafeteria. Now, back then, there weren't cell phones, and in fact, many people, especially in the Tenderloin neighborhood, didn't even have phones in their own apartments or SROs. And so you actually had to meet people in person to find out what was going on, if they were okay, to check in on them. And one of those gathering places where you knew that you could find somebody was at the Compton's cafeteria. Well, this quickly became a hotspot for queer and trans people, but as it happened at that time, the police would sometimes come in and not just harass the establishment, shaking them down for some money, but also harass the patrons in order to get money from the establishment. So, as would happen on occasion, and as what happened at Stonewall, some police came in and started hassling some of the patrons of the establishment, and one drag queen had had enough, and she threw her coffee in his face, and that started a riot that took to the streets and lasted a couple of days in the heart of the Tenderloin. So that was in 1966, 3 years before Stonewall, San Francisco history. Remember that. So we founded the trans district around that site, and right centered around the corner of Turk and Taylor. And the area also happens to be the place with the densest concentration of LGBTQ historical sites in San Francisco. And also, I would argue, the highest concentration of LGBTQ historical sites in the country. Now, I'm going to kind of reference what I talked about earlier, in that the reason that the Tenderloin is so queer and so trans can be explained through the history of the neighborhood's name. Like much of the rest of the country at the time, early on in the city's history, San Francisco had what were called public decency laws. These laws prevented anyone unconventional or unsightly from being seen in public, i.e., you could be arrested for cross-dressing. However, while these laws were enforced in many parts of the city, in the heart of the downtown area, there was a little vice district where you could gamble, find alcohol during Prohibition, engage in sex work, and even find felonies. The neighborhood earns the nickname the Tenderloin because at the time it was common practice for police to fleece certain businesses, especially those that could be operating illegally or who might have unsavory clientele. The Tenderloin had a high concentration of such businesses, making it the juiciest cut of meat for the cops who worked the area, hence the Tenderloin. The legacy of creating the Tenderloin like a containment zone, of treating the Tenderloin like a containment zone can still be felt today. It's also what made the neighborhood and the adjacent Lower Polk neighborhood the original neighborhoods of San Francisco. And so we founded the Transgender District to preserve this rich history before it could be erased, to fight for more affordable housing, to create programming, murals, and spaces that were celebratory of our community and our heritage, to help create and foster trans-owned and operated businesses and organizations more. Getting to be one of the founders of the Trans District, helping to write the legislation that codified cultural districts into the San Francisco Charter, and serving as the first director of the district and establishing a permanent funding system for these organizations has been one of the proudest accomplishments of my life. It wasn't always easy, though. We had to fight a lot of battles, and at one point, I was literally taking out loans to be able to pay my bills. But we got through it and got the work done. To date, the district has operated a variety of programs, including a visual storytelling campaign that records the histories of trans people living in the Tenderloin, a push to designate the site of the riots as a national historic landmark, placemaking throughout the district in the form of trans flags throughout the district, a Know Our Place ad campaign made by trans people for trans people, murals throughout the neighborhood celebrating trans people and community, an entrepreneurship accelerator program that helps trans people start their own businesses with graduates of the program, including Fluid Coffee and Heart and Electrolysis. And in the past, the district has also provided rental subsidies for people in need. I'm extremely proud of all of this, all of the Trans District has done, and all of the community organizing work that I've done. But one thing that it has taught me is that while community organizing is incredibly challenging and powerful, a key part of the work in order to create sustained change is to elect better representatives. State and local politics haven't historically garnered the same amount of attention or energy as presidential races, but they are incredibly important. They impact our day-to-day lives in ways that are becoming all too real right now, right before our eyes. That's what pushed me to get involved, and I first started to get involved by joining and then becoming co-president of the Harvey Milk LGBTQ Democratic Club. I was then appointed in elected to the San Francisco Democratic Party and eventually was elected as chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, becoming the first Black chair in San Francisco's history and the first transgender person to serve as chair of any local Democratic Party nationwide. In addition to this, I've spent the better part of the last 4 years working as a legislative aide and then chief of staff to then Supervisor Matt Haney. I helped to write and pass laws that held our city's departments accountable and helped improve the lives of many of our most vulnerable residents, such as Mental Health San Francisco. I served as a mediator between community groups and the city, advocated for more equity in the city's budget process, fought to build more housing across the city and to create a citywide mental health care system. And when my boss was elected to serve the state assembly, I ran for his seat on the Board of Supervisors, hoping to be the city's first trans supervisor and maybe the first trans supervisor in the country. While my campaign certainly made history, more money than any other supervisor race had before, I fell just short of winning and lost to the person the mayor appointed to the seat, someone who ran on a tough-on-crime approach as the former PR person for SFPD. And there were other factors too, including a redistricting process which happened right before my election, which removed the Tenderloin from the district I was running in. And my favorite complication, people confused on who they potentially would be voting for. Matt Haney, who was the previous supervisor and ran an extremely successful campaign for assembly, or Matt Dorsey, who was just appointed by the mayor. Regardless of the reasons that I lost the campaign, losing this race in particular was hard. And to be honest, in many ways I'm still finding my footing. But I do believe that getting that close, within 7 points of winning, at this time in our nation's history was important because it proved that we are close. We're almost there and it's within reach and it can be done. I can't tell you how many young people I've seen who have been inspired by my run, many of whom were so eager to work on my campaign and who in return inspired me to work even harder. I still see those young people working on campaigns, other campaigns as we speak, and continuing to be very engaged in local politics, and that really, really warms my heart. I am also a firm believer that things sometimes happen for a reason, and regardless of the outcome, there is always something to learn from any given situation. In fact, we learn most from our failures. They can provide us with important feedback and better prepare us for the road ahead. Had I not been outed to my family, perhaps I would have stayed in LA and never come back to San Francisco or become a social worker. Had I not lost RuPaul's Drag Race so spectacularly, perhaps I would never have shifted my focus from performing to social change. Maybe I never would have become a part of the SUD Collective or founded the Transgender District or become chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party or run for office. And now that I've lost the District 6 supervisor seat, I'm kind of excited to see what happens next. One thing is certain, and that is that there is still so much work to be done, and it's up to us to do it. As mental health workers and advocates, I hope the message you take away from my story is that every obstacle, every roadblock, every failed attempt is an opportunity for all of us to learn, to evolve, to shift, and to create change. And sometimes, maybe even most times, that opportunity for change can be exponential. So, my closing message to you is this. This together. Let's use our strengths, our platforms, our privileges, our education, our experiences to fight for those who can't fight for themselves. I know things are pretty dark right now, but they do say it's always darkest before dawn. Let's be our own guiding light and our own heroes. Together, let's be the change we want to see in this world. Thank you.
Wow. I am just flooded again with what a privilege it is to be able to develop content for our conference and to get the opportunity to allow Honey to introduce themselves to you. And I hope that you take this incredible look at the advocacy of just a single individual with you as we consider how it is that we can manifest the change that we like to see in our community through one self-directed action after another. I hear Honey has pursued so many different ways of loving their community and loving that community through the reform of programs and projects and connection, producing space and producing events and opportunities for folks to connect with each other, to uplift our shared power and our opportunities to form not just maybe political change, but family networks and community networks and chosen family. And so again, I just thank you so much for being here, but also for the work that you do for our community. I think that if you are interested in following or supporting Honey's work in the future, they're available on social media. They have an incredible, social media following, and also consider just maintaining or developing engagement in your local efforts, whether that is, but also maybe taking this opportunity to learn about who it is who is a change maker and a community web builder like Honey is in your own home community. I don't want to push us too far into our wonderful amount of time that we have today, but I do want to just take another second and have another round of applause for Honey. I'm going to give you a couple more announcements for our program today. One is that there will be tote bags available as you're exiting the room that help us promote the wonderful work that we do on the warm line. La-da! Please take a couple of them with you. Oh, thank you, camera person. Wow, what an unexpected situation. Those are available for everyone, and also if you miss it and you want to stop by the warm line table in the exhibitor hall, we still have so many exhibitors with us today that will be available to talk to you about the programs that they are working with. Our next presenters here on stage will be our partners from the California Consortium of Urban Indian Health, and they're going to talk about their Red Line program and their other local work serving Native and communities around the state of California. And again, just thank you so much again for joining us. Give yourself a little bit of a round of applause for being here. And I will see you again at lunchtime. Please stay if you're interested in our session 8, Salon 8 session, and then there are other sessions and other breakout rooms in your programs. Everyone, we are going to get started with our next breakout session. Our guests are here with the California Consortium of Urban Indian Health, and they are going to introduce themselves. And so we thank you for being here, and we welcome them to the stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Taya Lopez. I'm the communications coordinator here at SACUI, the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. So if you hear us say SACUI, we're just referring to the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. I'm Wailaki, and I'll pass it over to my colleague.
Liosem Chinavu, Inepo Michelle Sanchez Higginbotham Dayak, Inepo Yoweme. Good morning. May Creator bless us all in this room. My name is Michelle Sanchez Higginbotham, and I am Yoweme. And I also work for the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health, and I'm team lead for the California Red Line, CalHope Red Line.
Hihani washte matakiapi. Chante washte nape chiujapi. Kushto kara little. Imachiapi. Lakota na dene na zuni hiamacha mutakoyasu. I said, my name is Kara Little. I greet you with a warm heart and a hearty handshake. I am Lakota Dene Zuni. I am the Red Line Outreach Coordinator.
Before we begin our presentation today, I'd just like to acknowledge that we're all working and learning from the ancestral lands of the Ohlone people. And so I'm so glad to be here today in this space. Or we three are. So the Cal Hope Red Line was born from the necessity of our needs to have behavioral health support within our Indigenous communities throughout the state of California, beginning during the COVID times. And when it really began was when our organization and our leader, Jackie Pearson, went to our organizations, our counterparts within our consortium to discuss the need for a peer support warm line and ask permission from them, and that was granted to our organization to go ahead and step up and do that. And so Jackie and Virginia were the beginners of this long journey that began in 2020, I believe, during COVID, with a funding grant from FEMA and the state of California. So we're under the umbrella of Cal Hope warm lines throughout the state. And our organization functions primarily as an advocacy and policy and public health awareness and technical assistance support for 10 member organizations, which are all under the umbrella of Urban Indian Health in the state of California. So our Red Line services are a direct response to the needs and gaps of support in our Indigenous communities throughout the state, our our Native American, Alaska Native communities. So I'd like to give an example of that. We oftentimes serve our community members in the state of California, but we don't only serve California tribal nations, we also serve people within the community that come from nations all over the country, and we have even served a community member that's First Nations from Canada. So we have understanding of how to navigate our Indigenous tribal nations, and they're all different. Nobody's the same. We all come from different cultures and different backgrounds. Some tribal nations are federally recognized, some are not. And so we have to be able to understand that. We understand those ways simply by bringing in as many Native into the scope, so that way we're always making sure that we're taking care of community in a good way. So this is our community ethnicities that we're serving. We have a number of 43% for our Native American populations here in California and across the nation. However, the reason why the number is low is because oftentimes our callers don't feel as though they can share who they are with us right off the bat until they really learn to trust the people who are answering our phone, our navigators. And so because they need to trust our navigators before they announce who they are and where their people are from, usually we will, before they share that they're Indigenous and then what nation they're from. So oftentimes we can't track that number accurately, but 43% of our calls are from Indigenous community members that have shared their background with us, their ethnicity. And we service everybody, of course. Our focus of encounter is often peer support. And what does peer support look like for our community? It's culture, it's conversations about environment, it's conversations about social justice, it's conversations about individual needs for behavioral health, for medical care, dental care, housing. For us and our community, these environment, our community, our culture, our health, our wellness, everything is tied together, and if one thing is off, then everything is off. So when we look at these numbers, we're not looking at these numbers in a separate way. We look at these numbers as they're all of the things together that we need to address for our Indigenous communities throughout the state. That it's super important for us to remember that in order for us to serve as community, we have to serve as community in all ways. So we have longer call times, and the reason why we specifically, when we started Redline, we wanted to make sure that our call times were culturally responsive, and the reason why it's culturally responsive for our team to have calls longer than 15 minutes, and by the way, our tracking is 15 minutes less than 15 minutes or more than 15 minutes. And oftentimes our calls can go into 2 hours. And the reason why our calls go into 2 hours is because sometimes we have an elder that needs to give us a call. They need to talk to us, and they have stories to tell, and they're feeling lonely, and they need to talk to somebody, and we're gonna be there to be respectful, and we're gonna listen to them, and we're gonna really take that information in, and we're gonna learn too, right? Like, we're there to learn from our community at all times, and so we're gonna listen, and we're gonna learn, right? So those call times are culturally responsive because of that need. And we want to make sure that we're being respectful to our community at all times. So we'll wait till somebody is done and they're ready to move on. So we have 2 program leads. I'm one of the leads. And then we have 3 Redline navigators who are our Indigenous, they're part of our Indigenous community. And we have one amazing and wonderful outreach coordinator. And so I'd like to talk quickly about how we train our navigators. We make sure that our navigators go through, it's constant. We're always going, and we're always going to training. And our training is not only to teach our navigators how to be good peer support communicators, but they're also to teach our navigators how to maintain their own wellness and maintain their own behavioral health needs, because this work is hard. And when we're talking about our trauma with our community, trauma, and continues to experience trauma through colonization, we need to make sure that our navigators are kept healthy as well. And so one of the things that we always do is we always make sure that our training has an Indigenous voice. We invite trainers that are Native to come into our space and give that perspective, because that's who we are and that's who we care for. That's the. And so I'd like to discuss real quick, we invited Lenny Hayes, who is one of our Two-Spirit community members in our Indigenous community. And they came into our space and talked about our Two-Spirit community and trained our team. And it was really wonderful to see them, to talk about gender identity and how we as Indigenous people have different gender identities based on our Native communities. And we all come from different places and spaces. And so, for example, my tribal nation has one gender identity. We don't differentiate between anybody. And so learning those things with an Indigenous perspective is really important for our group and our team. So what is the navigator role? We have, of course, it's to answer the phones and take care of our community. We do not just provide peer support through the Red Line. We provide resources, always Indigenous resources before anything else. If we can find them, we will connect community members with other community. So our Red Line navigator role is not just peer support. It's everything. It's all encompassing. Our navigators have time once a week for us to meet together, to talk just about our week, about our lives, about how we're feeling, how we're handling the call load that we're taking in. And so, you know, our team is very close. It's a very close-knit community. And so we really enjoy making sure that our community is taken care of and our navigators are taken care of the way we take care of community. So who's using the Red Line? I had a counselor contact me a while back, and there was a young Indigenous girl. She was Lakota Pine Ridge, and she was having difficulty navigating financial aid because her tribal nation, her guardianship went through her tribal nation and not through the courts of California. And because they didn't go through the courts of California, she couldn't get financial aid. And so there was this argument between the financial aid department and this young student and her tribal nation's court documents and them not accepting her court documents. And so I made some phone calls with community members that I know that are Native, that work in the college and the university sector, and let them know what was happening. And those people stepped up for this young woman. They found her housing, they found her food, they took care of her financial aid for her, they found her scholarships so she can go to school. It ended up being this wonderful thing. And it was just one phone call. I need help. And so we were able to make sure that that young woman had the help that she needed. And then we also have somebody like Mr. J who calls us. He experiences alternative perceptions. He doesn't hear voices, he has thoughts, and his thoughts are something that he argues with continually. And so we will sit with Mr. J on the phone and talk to him about his daily life and how things are going. He calls us about 3 times a week. We enjoy speaking with him, everybody does. And so we make sure that we're working on that with him. And then Mr. S, who is Cherokee, he is an individual that we like to use an example of how our community and how Red Line is run differently. And Mr. S is somebody that used to call us in the beginning. He was very nervous and anxious. He didn't have community because he's not with his Cherokee community, and he's blind. And so what happened was he's just separate student, young man from his community. And we were able to tie him to UAII, which is one of our member organizations. We were able to tie him to community. We were able to help him out. And now when he calls us, he's happy, he's excited. And it was really wonderful because he went out to one of our outreach events, and Kara was able to present him with a necklace, which is a big deal for us, and just let him know that we were always going to be there, or that we're there to help him. Not always. Hopefully, with funding, we'll always be there. But that's something that's different from probably most warm lines, that they won't cross that line. However, for us, if we can and it's safe and it's something that our team would like to do for a community member, we're gonna do that. And so it was really exciting, and he was very happy and honored. And I think he just was nominated for the Native American Club as president at his college. So, so he's doing really well. We're really happy and proud of him. We have 10 member organizations: UAII, SNAC down in Sacramento, We have the Friendship House here in San Francisco, Fresno American Indian Health Center. So I'm not going to read them all because you can all do that. I know oftentimes people see things like law enforcement on lists, and when we do outreach and we do community connecting, community engagement, we want to make sure that community members are aware of how to engage with our community. And so law enforcement is one of the ways that we want to make sure that they're understanding how to engage with our community. And so we'll go into those spaces and explain to them how our community works and how important it is for them to be gentle with our people, all people. I also wanted to talk about how, our Indian health centers are not the only place, they're not just for health. They're not just to go and get medical care. They're culture hubs for our community members that are not tribal. And so for us, we have community and we have urban community, and our tribal communities are our reservations, and most of the time, some of the time, are one tribal nation. Some reservations have multiple tribal nations, but for the most part, our rural communities, our tribal communities, are one tribal nation. Where our urban communities are tribal nations, they're intertribal, they're from everywhere. And California has the largest indigenous population in the whole country. A lot of people think it's Oklahoma, but it's us, it's California. So we have community members that are separated from their tribal nations and use our health centers as cultural hubs. And so when we're meeting with community, we're often meeting in these places, learning how to bead, learning about medicine, just connecting with community. So I just want to give this, I know you can see it, I'll just read it really quick. I wanted to put in a good word for the line. They went an extra mile and are so kind. The line has been very helpful. Navigator was so patient, so kind. When I have called other lines, they want to rush through the call and never take the time to listen to me. This time, they took the time to hear me and provided me with the specific help I needed. They made me feel like I mattered and my needs were important to them. I'm so thankful for the red line. And so we always want to make sure that we're trying to hold that space for them. Carol, it's all you know.
Yeah, that was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, so when we're talking about our journey as a Native-led warm line in California, it's a lot of coverage to reach out to in California. We're a big state compared to the East Coast. My journey in the past year or 2 years, when the team gave us a green light to go ahead and spend a lot of time on reaching out to our tribal members and our urban tribal members, and it took a lot. A year is not enough to hit on a lot of our relatives out there. So, and me being I am a daughter of a Navajo woman that was relocated back in the 70s, born and raised in San Francisco. I still have to so many times ask for permission to enter these spaces. My traditional lands are Arizona and Pine Ridge, South Dakota. So there's spaces in California where I enter every space with permission and with respect, you know, like this is not my space, and I need to honor how they welcome their visitors. And every tribe is different. Every group, every tradition and culture here in California is very different. So honoring those differences and celebrating them and embracing them is a lot of work. And with my mindset, just trying to really make this time to really let everyone know about Redline, let all our relatives in California know about Redline, because this is such a good, easy, accessible resource line that we could really grow into something bigger and really offer a lot of services to our tribal communities and non-tribal communities. So that was my main goal this past 2 years. You can see the maps they just touch a little bit about, you know, about like the counties and tribal lands, and right now, fast forward to now, you know, we have over 100 federally recognized tribes in California alone. So reaching every community it takes a lot of work and a lot of support. And so I think, yeah, so I mean, just alone 2024, since January, we're April right now, so we've actually been to 24 outreach engagements, just averaging about 8 engagements a month. And that's my weekends. That's, you know, we all have events in the community, and when do they happen? Do they happen when we're working 9 to 5? Not really, but like those are the weekends that we want to jump into and be a part of community engagement. It's a really big piece of outreach, and just alone 24 events this year, and that's being in spaces of 14,000 or more people who attend those events. So really important. I mean, our outreach and our community events it can look all sorts of ways in different spaces. As you can see, like we touched the border in Oregon, and then, you know, San Francisco, and just way down to Chula Vista, where we're a couple, just a few miles away from the border. And we want to get, we're doing we can right now to get our information into the hands of our community members. So it's like thinking out of the box, where we can just have them take our number and our text line and our website. So we're getting kind of creative in these spaces. We're kind of reading the community, see what works out here. You know, family, kids. These people are who are in our spaces: family, kids, elders, you know, teens, mom and dad, and community providers too. And I'm glad to have some staff on the way help me into some of the events. We love our partners. Like Michelle mentioned before, we have 10 members of Sukui, and we love our partners, and they love us. We do a lot of ongoing engagement with our partners, like Native American Health Center, and are never shy to share materials that they might want to share with their own clients in their own community, and even at their own events. Like I said, we want to highlight spaces that we've been, you know, able to really be on the front lines to share the line. If we're going to be at a space with a lot of community members, we're going to throw the text line and the phone line at you, and, invite you guys to call one of our navigators and just give us a try and just, call us and just say hi and, just that's all we want you to do is just, try us out and say hi to one of our red line. We do love our, any chance we get with engaging with community partners like, agencies, fire departments, local, tribal fire department staff, and getting to share that information with them as well. And like I said, it's in different spaces that we share. So a lot of the universities have, I love seeing the youth, the students gather together and do a lot of planning around cultural activities throughout the year. So UC Davis, UC Merced, it's nice to see all throughout California, all the universities and colleges come together to celebrate indigenous culture and bring that to the community of students in that area, and we never fail to support. It's not just joining one day and just passing out pamphlets and business cards. This is actually just building relationships with a lot of the student organizations that gather there, and asking them, how can we support as Breadline? How can we support and be in a lot of the spaces they create for their own communities? And that can look like many ways. And a lot of the good conversations are around how they have access, our relationships that we build out there with California relatives, they have access to all of what Sakui does too. So it's not only Redline resource support and emotional support too, but when I'm engaging with a lot of the partnerships building, it's also giving them access to, our MAT team, our Narcan, do they need Narcan? Do they need some of our wellness magazines and things like that? So it's like Michelle said, reaching them as a whole and getting them to trust us and listening to what their needs are in that community. And we do Zoom too. It's not all in person. We've got a couple of staff presentations, Zoom. So yeah, we have I've been blessed to engage with some of our Redline fans. We've had some community members come up to us and already have had their experience with CalHope, the main line, but to hear that, we have a warm line for our own within CalHope. I'm like, yeah, it's a Redline, you can call us. And yeah, we've had a couple fans throughout the year just really embrace our services, and fellow, entrepreneurs in the community too that love our line. So it's not only powwows and big times and seasonal gatherings. Native people, we do a lot of engagement. We do a lot of celebrating, transitions of the seasons and a lot of harvest celebrations throughout the year. It could look very, very cultural, but also, as I was talking with my team, like it would be really important to also join non-native specific spaces to be more visible out there. That I know that there are community members throughout California that maybe like myself, that these are not my traditional lands, so I'm not connected to my culture, So anyone outside of the state might be, living in California, grew up here, born and raised here, but they don't know where to find that cultural connection in their community. So a lot of it is being visible and joining spaces like the Stockton Kings Education Day for families, letting the community know, like, hey, there's resources for Native American, Alaskan Natives in California. This is a safe space, you know, kind of like flagging down anyone who may not be connected yet, and they want to connect. They want to find a way to connect and engage in their own, you know, in their traditions or culture. So things like that, and I see that more this past year, like with Caltrans Bay Area. We've been really excited to work with them this past year on their planning for their Health and Equity Economic Expo. And I really love the fact that they took our, they really worked with us to provide that, to provide the Caltrans community with resources for Native Americans and Alaskan Natives, and that they were willing to, you know, provide a space to share what we want to share with the community. We're really proud of the information that was shared at the Kings game in Sacramento. Anywhere our information can be shared, we're really grateful. And like I said, there's a lot of coverage in California to actually still engage with. There's a lot of communities that are way, you know, up in Lassen County, or, you know, down south in Inyo County, that really feel like they are not getting enough resources because they're so far out and they're so far away from urban areas. And I like that CalHope has that ability to connect people to resources digitally, texting, all us. As long as you have signal, we can stay engaged with you. And you know, outreach is not only the weekends and then that's it. We're Monday through Friday, we're trying to keep these relationships going. Like, we're trying to stay in relationship with Caltrans, we're trying to stay in relationship with our tribal partners and friends that we make along the way, and let them know that Redline has given them that open door to always let us know what we need, what they need for their community. So I am plugging myself right now in Redline. If you guys have any events, come come to me, and I'll definitely bring some goodies to your community and share some resources that we have. Thanks.
All right.
One more. There you go.
All right, so I'm going to be talking a little bit about our Youth Sowing Seeds program within the Red Line. I was brought on specifically to design and create these pieces and materials of wellness outreach, specifically designed for youth, specifically for American Indian youth. So sowing actually stands for Seeking Out Wellness in Growth, and we kind of came up with that name through thinking about the sayings like grow through what you go through and grow where you are planted. So kind of getting out that, that kind of message to youth through the Red Line. So one of the things that we did to start this was send out a statewide youth survey that not only youth could fill out, but also their parents, to figure out what kind of mental health and wellness needs they were looking for. And some of the big topics that we came back with were healthy coping strategies, healthy relationships, and self-acceptance and self-love. So it was kind of our goal to create materials around these topics so that youth really wanted to engage with them and learn about them, because as you know, mental health and being can be kind of clinical, kind of something that you talk about with your doctor a lot of the times, or maybe your parent, someone that you trust. So making it more accessible and less daunting to American Indian youth is kind of what our goal is. So just in the last year, we kind of took those topics that we got from the survey and made a podcast. So my colleague Wyatt, who hosts the Future Fires podcast, season 2 was specifically aimed at youth and covered topics that maybe they would like to know about, such as transitioning to adulthood, especially during COVID. Something that we heard a lot from youth during the times that I was doing outreach was COVID hit and they were in high school, and then all of a sudden now COVID is over and they're expected to be full adults in the workforce, and that's not something that they kind of had to transition into. It was just kind of thrust upon them. So, taking something like that you hear from youth in the community and just speaking about it with people who have experience or, have knowledge that they want to share, and getting that out to youth on a platform that they would like to engage with, a podcast rather than a Facebook post. As far as materials go, we are still in development of some of these, but one that we just finished putting, we haven't put it out yet, but we sent it to printing, so hopefully putting it out soon, is a Healthy Relationships zine. And for those that don't know what a zine is, it's kind of like a informal magazine. So you can really make it about anything that you want, and it's less about the teachings and more about the feeling, more about, getting the information in a fun way, if that makes sense. So that's really what I wanted to do with the zine, rather than putting out information to youth in, like a pamphlet or like a book that seems very, again, like clinical and educational, whereas the zine is a little bit more fun and engaging and interactive, at least for youth. And so some of the things that we have planned putting zines out in the future about are healthy healing habits, which comes from the coping mechanisms. And we renamed it Healthy Healing Habits because, again, for youth, coping mechanisms means nothing. We want to really make it available and accessible for youth to understand what we're talking about, especially when it comes to mental health. So here is just a little snippet of what our Healthy Relationship zine kind of looks like. This is one of the introductory pages where we talk about what healthy relationships have to do with Native American youth specifically. As we go into, what is a relationship? Who do you have relationships with? It's not just crushes and romance, it's also relationships with your parents, relationships with your peers, things like that. And then again, making sure that it's culturally responsive. So why do young Native youth need to know about healthy relationships? Well, it really impacts them in the ways that most people don't know, but MMIW, a huge issue in Native American country, so missing and murdered Indigenous women and people. That directly affects youth, and they might not know about that. So informing them about healthy relationships from the very beginning when they're learning about relationships can impact the way that MMIW affects them in the future. And then again, just on the right side, just breaking things down for them so that they really understand. We can say that healthy relationships have trust, but what does that mean to a young person? That's what this zine is specifically going into, and just wanted to show you a little bit about how we break it down specifically for youth rather than putting it into, say, like a pamphlet or a booklet. And we have a lot of big dreams and a lot of big hopes for upcoming materials. So, for example, the Handling Hard Times zine that I was talking about coping mechanisms, we're going to be discussing it in the terms of the medicine wheel, which is really important for Native American culture. It talks about holistic health in terms of mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. So tying that all in, Michelle mentioned, our health and well-being is holistic rather than one-off, or rather than personal health and individual health. It's more of a community health and community well-being. So integrating that into teaching healthy healing habits for youth and coping mechanisms. Another one is bodily autonomy. Again, we're very much into, we love our community, we love getting together, we love hugs, we love family, we love sharing space. So talking about bodily autonomy in the same sense that you would talk to any other person, but relating it to American Indian values and Native American values that youth would understand. Also, wellness postcards, Am I Doing Okay poster, and Steps to Wellness. So I know it's kind of vague, but we have very high hopes for the future and are really excited to get out all of this information to youth in ways that they would understand. Oh, one too far. No, it's okay. Okay, and
This is our information for our red line. Before we finish, I just wanted to read this one little thing. At a time when I felt the world was crumbling beneath me when I heard news about the health concerns for my mom, I literally felt so helpless because the healthcare system was something I knew nothing about. Little did I know I was in need. I was also in need of housing applications, disability references, transportation, and more. If I hadn't seen red light and vending at a local powwow I attended and vaguely familiar with their resources, I wouldn't know who or where to turn to. I was instantly given resources and referred to their hotline, warm line, which I did not hesitate to utilize. I felt like I was calling Redline on a daily basis, if not weekly basis. In between working 2 jobs and handling caretaking for my mom, I remember my first call, which felt like this huge burden was lifted off my shoulders. The person on the receiving end laid out every possible direction to care for my mom and my own needs at the same time. This helped me accomplish more than I've imagined and have so much gratitude to the people. Kara and Johanna, you're out there. I saw at the booth, as well as the navigator that assisted me for their support through a really challenging time. I learned I didn't have to handle stressful situations on my own, and that there will always be a community of support, especially when things feel like they are out of my control. The one thing that I would like to leave you all with is that for us, community is the most important thing, family and community. And so making sure that we're surrounding our Indigenous community members, in all ways, in all things, that's really what's important for us as Redline. And we want to make sure that we are meeting community with humility and respect. Those are 2 big values for us as Redline. And we welcome our Indigenous communities, all of them, to call us and reach out to us. Yeah. Chiokwe, thank you.
Thank you so much again for joining us, for sharing all of your information with us, for sharing your time. We have about 5 minutes for questions. If folks have questions for our presenters, show me your hand and I'll run over. I'll ask a question on my way back to yours. Oh, and then I see Elaine, thank you. I'm wondering if you can share, for those who might not be familiar, what it is that you mean by a bodily autonomy when you're sharing information about bodily autonomy with youth.
Yeah, so something that we wanted to go into was a little bit about consent and boundaries and what those mean, especially for youth, empowering them to say no to having people touch their bodies if they wish, and letting them know, what kind of saying no is okay, and, saying no in a kind way and things like that, empowering them to say no, empowering them to say yes, empowering them to know their bodies, and empowering them to create their own boundaries, and also recognizing other people's boundaries without realizing, sorry, let me rephrase that. I think boundaries can often come across as, no, don't do that to me, I don't like that, and, teaching youth to create and speak their boundaries in a way that comes across better than that. Sorry, I don't have the right words to say that, but a little bit nicer than that. So yeah, consent, boundaries, and doing it in a nice way.
Thank you. Your question?
More just a a statement about how awesome this booklet is around overdose. I facilitate harm reduction programming in the Tenderloin, and oftentimes our own curriculum can perpetuate stigma around overdose, especially with the images that are available within overdose curriculum. Like you'll notice people who may be presented as dirty or may be presented as unhoused in a way that perpetuates negative connotations around unhoused populations. And so I just really want to give a big shout out to the images that are in this booklet, the way y'all use language around overdose. I really like the recovery position person specifically, how they're kind of laid out in like this dreamscape, and it doesn't perpetuate like a violent narrative around overdose. And so just big shout out to that. Like, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if I could stop by your table to collect some for support group, that would be really great.
Yeah.
Yes.
So our tribal MAT program is all about harm reduction, and so all of our materials are with a harm reduction perspective, because our community hurts. You know, we've got a lot of generational trauma, we've got a lot of historical trauma, we have a lot of trauma within community because of colonization, and our community hurts. And so we want to make sure that we're coming to our community, even our community that are suffering from substance use disorder, in a respectful way. And so thank you for that. Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Jackie Fawn,
Yes.
our resident artist. She creates all that art that you see that you're really liking. So Jackie Fawn also can be found at Bear Studios, I think is her professional art called. Yeah.
And she did all the art in our presentation, so yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
we also
Thank
have
you,
a really
Jackie.
great harm reduction team.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So shout out to all of Sukui and our red line navigators, like all of you. We love you guys.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, your team. Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Learn a lot from you guys. Yes, so I just read a sample question. So is the female calling more of male? Because I also contact with like your group, and I find it is more male, is different from our group. So I just read a simple question. Do you have the data?
Do you have gender breakdown information with you today to share whether there are more women or more men calling the line, or folks who identify their gender on the line?
We do actually have gender breakdown of callers, and I think we have 25 genders listed on our gender breakdown, because we have genders from some of our larger communities, that indigenous communities that have multiple gender identities listed, and then just whatever we can find, we plug it in there. So yeah, we do have gender identification, but we use that for our in-house information, and we don't ask anybody what their gender is. We will gather the information through, unless they want to give it to us, you know, we won't specifically ask that information of anybody. Our line is fully anonymous, so you can call and be completely anonymous, and then we don't know anything about you other than what you're telling us, or people share some. It just depends on where they are in their journey. Yeah.
Thank you.
My question is on materials. Did you bring any with you? And if not, how would someone acquire them to be able to spread the word?
I have some materials with me at the table in the next room. Please take all of it, whoever. But if not, my email, I can give you my email, and we can definitely set up where I can send you a package and all throughout the year. So that's part of the work we do Monday through Friday too, is just sending out packages to our partners and our friends that we make along the way.
And you can always reach out on the line, because we can always get, you know, you can call and say, hey, I need to get an outreach packet, and we'll direct you to Kara as well. Yeah. I think somebody in the back, does somebody in the back have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have one question from our Zoom live stream, actually.
Okay.
And their question is, when and where is your next public event? If you
Oh,
have those
man.
details.
Yeah, so we'll be at Santa Clara University powwow on May 4th. May 1st, we're going to be at the Capitol supporting MMIP gathering, and also the Governor's Move Your Body event that's happening that same day. So we'll be definitely spending our whole day at the Capitol in Sacramento, Santa Clara University. If you Google that information, we'll be there. And Stanford University, one of our famous, we love Stanford. That's, you know, go way back with the Bay Area community. Everyone comes out for contest dancing and food and vendors, and even out-of-state dancers come, and drummers and singers. So Stanford University has their Mother's Day powwow every year. This year it's May 10th through the 12th. So if you look online, we'll definitely be there and have good goodies to give out.
And I'd like to say, just for a brief moment, you know, if any of our Native community members are, you know, watching this out on the internet, we'll come to you. If you need us, if you want us to come to you, we'll come to you. We've been to ceremony, really tiny ceremony, and then we've also been to really, really big events like Stanford. So, you know, we don't say no unless we have to.
So many events already this year. It's just looking at your map of travel is just really impressive. And thank you so much for reaching actually physically and directly into the communities all over the state. It really is a model, I think, for doing outreach for so many of our programs where folks really do need to build trust.
Yeah.
More slowly or more personally than a radio ad or a television. So thank you so much again for that work. Thank you again for joining us. I also want to share, I know that the question was about your organization's event in person, the next one, and it's a totally different partner and community, but our partners with the Mental Health Association of Chinese Communities, Wormline, is hosting a big spring festival that's open to members of every other community as well. That is a street fair, May 4th and 5th from 10 to 5. That's for PI Heritage Month celebration, and there are so many partners. They have info at their table too, and all are welcome to join in coalition and community together. It will be so much fun. There's so much entertainment planned and really great resources. So thank you so much again for joining us. We're going to have just a moment of break between now and the blips. More TED Talk style presentations on their way. Those are in your program. So please feel free to sit tight or grab more coffee. And thank you again. Can we have a round of applause for our presenters and their incredible work?
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name's Peter. I'm the outreach manager for the Mental Health Association. I use he, him pronouns, and we've got, excuse me, sorry, can you guys maybe take it outside? Sorry, we're just trying to be respectful of everyone that's here for the presentation. So we've got 3 presentations in the next hour, so it's going to be pretty jam-packed. And welcome to the second day of Redefining Crazy. It's the system, not the people, for 2024. We're really glad to be here, and glad you're here. It's exciting. We learned about the peer history movement a little bit yesterday, and I like to think that we're all part of that history. Somebody else may be writing the history later, but it's a very exciting time in peer recovery, and I know I'm really glad part of it, and it's important for me personally and for our community. So I want to invite Adam to come up, and after Adam, we'll have Pamela Ward-Pius is going to join us in about 15-20 minutes, and then Emily Wu Trong. So we've got three really wonderful presenters, and I'm going to introduce Adam first. Adam's topic is STI stigma, providing support for clients positive. This presentation is on stigma and de-escalation as it relates to testing positive for an STI, specifically HIV, for people in the LGBTQ plus community. And Adam, I don't want to mispronounce your last name, but Adam Varokwa is a first-generation gay and queer Syrian Circassian American growing up at the intersection of their diaspora community and queer activism and artwork. Adam has previously worked for the Trevor Project as a digital crisis worker, the New Jersey Department of Health as a disease investigator, and the Hudson Pride Center as a PrEP counselor. Currently, they work at the SF LGBT Center as a senior TAY navigator. They enjoy performing spoken word in their spare time along with birdwatching. So let's welcome Adam to the
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, all. Thank you all for coming to my blip presentation on STI stigma as it pertains to those who are LGBTQ plus and HIV positive. And thank you to the Mental Health Association of San Francisco for allowing me to present they pronouns. To give some background on myself, I'm originally from New Jersey, where I worked as a suicide prevention counselor at the Trevor Project, then proceeded to work as a disease investigator specialist or public health representative for a different public health agency, then as a PrEP counselor for a local LGBTQ plus center. While working as a disease investigator, my role was to contact folks who tested positive for an STI, like syphilis or HIV, and get contact information for their sex partners to link them to testing and treatment. From that role, I joke with my friends that there are probably two of the scariest phone calls a person can ever get in their life. The first, "Hi, I'm from the government." And the second, "I'd like to talk to you about your positive STI test." Very understandably, people are hesitant to speak with you, but this also stems from outside your duties in public health. Oftentimes, a person which is often compounded by their identity as LGBTQ+, as we live in a society that is still largely cisgender and heteronormative. This stigma can have profound implications for a person's health, mental wellness, civil rights, and communities at large. In today's presentation, I'll be focusing on folks who are living with HIV, and the intersection of those who are also queer and trans. Let's start with a definition of stigma. My preferred definition comes They say that stigma means a negative belief about a particular situation, quality, or person. As it pertains to folks who are HIV positive and queer, it's having negative beliefs about a person based on their positive status and sexual or gender identity. As the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, shares, HIV stigma can mean only certain folks can test positive, even though viruses don't discriminate. People do. Or making moral judgment about a person based to queer and trans communities can mean viewing them as other, as sinful, or other negative stereotypes. Social stigma can lead to undesirable mental health outcomes. From the National Alliance on Mental Illness, people who are queer or trans are either 2 or 4 times more likely, respectively, to experience a mental health condition such as anxiety in comparison to straight peers. LGBT youth are more likely to experience suicidality in comparison to their I also want to highlight that HIV still disproportionately impacts those in the queer and BIPOC communities. This is an older statistic, but back in 2019, the CDC reported that 1.2 million people in the United States were living with HIV. I quote, "Of those, more than 754,000, 63% of folks were gay and bisexual men," end quote. In that same year, nearly half of people who tested positive for HIV were Black. People who are trans are also hit hard from this epidemic, as the CDC notes that roughly 0.3% of all people in the United States identify as trans, but trans people account for 2% of all new HIV infections. There's a lot of reasons for these disparities. On a system level, there's lack of funding for HIV prevention, testing, care, and treatment for communities most impacted, financial barriers, living in rural communities where lack of healthcare, and many other factors. On top of this all, racism, homophobia, and transphobia and stigma play decisive roles too. When we are told in society that the misconception that folks who are queer or trans are more promiscuous or taught that something is wrong with us, this leads many in our community to hide and be apprehensive about accessing testing or preventative care when it may be accessible to us. HIV testing and asking my primary care doctor at the time for a full STI panel. And this was in my mid-20s because I was scared of how I was going to be treated. A study released in 2021 from the Rutgers School of Public Health titled Stigma, HIV Risk, and Access to HIV Prevention and Treatment Services Among Men Who Have Sex with Men, or MSM in the United States, a scoping review, found that internalized stigma leads people who are MSM to engage in riskier practices such as prevention strategies, such as using PrEP. This was more so noticed for people who were Black MSM. The intersection of race, gender, and sexuality cannot be ignored. The effects of stigma are truly widespread. On the mental health side, from the CDC and anecdotally, my own client conversations, people may fear being discriminated against and have a negative image of themselves. As mentioned, social stigma can lead to self-stigma or internalized beliefs that others have about them. This can lead folks living with HIV to isolate, feel ashamed and guilty, and depressed. This in turn can lead folks reticent to pursue testing and treatment. After all, who wants to be judged or discriminated against, especially in a healthcare setting? Speaking as a gay and queer man, social stigma also affects those within the queer community. Growing up, I felt ashamed of who I was, which led me to become apprehensive of seeking testing and care, as found within the Rutgers School of Public Health review. It's also important to note for those who worry about going to treatment and testing aren't just worried about the fear of something happening, but are probably going off of past experiences. I was recently at a rally yesterday for Ending the Epidemic, where a person was describing their experiences when their doctor told them they tested positive for HIV. And the doctor said to them, "You better tell all your coworkers, and if you don't, I know your boss, I will tell everyone myself." This was decades ago, long before HIPAA, but folks who are living with HIV may share past experiences of similar discomfort and discrimination, to say the least. This is not to mention the experiences of folks who are also LGBTQ+, such as being dead-named or misgendered, being denied services, assuming that a person is straight, assuming they're sexually active without asking, etc. Experiences like these leave a person to feel ashamed and apprehensive of seeking care or services or going to a healthcare provider when one is available. As documented in the paper HIV-Related Stigma by Healthcare Providers in the United States, a systematic review by Drs. Angelica Getter, Adrienne Herron, and Madeline Sutton, and apologies for any mispronunciations, they note how stigma associated with HIV can lead to undesirable outcomes for people living with HIV, and even extend outside the community. I quote from their paper, "The experience of HIV-related stigma has been associated with decreased HIV testing, condom use, PrEP uptake, medication adherence, linkage to care, reduction in care, which are all essential components of the HIV care continuum," end quote. So what are the best practices in reducing HIV stigma as it relates to being queer or trans? Well, in your professional roles, have inclusive signage, such as pride flags in your office, wearing pronouns on your lanyards or badge, have a poster on ending the epidemic, including HIV-affirming media in your offices, in your waiting rooms, like the Pause magazine. It means taking a look at your intake forms and ensuring there are boxes that encompasses multiple sexual orientations and gender identities for a client to choose from. It's referring to to folks who are HIV positive with person-first language, like people living with HIV. This affirms a client as who they are, a person. If possible in your workplace, it's having HIV positive support groups where clients can go and connect with others also living with HIV. It's talking about HIV in fact-based and empathetic language, correcting misconceptions or blatant myths about living with HIV, if you were to come across any. Like that you can get HIV from shaking hands with a person positive with the virus. Not true. Educating people that being undetectable means being untransmittable. It's ensuring HIV competency and queer competency training for yourself and staff members. It means referring to people by their preferred name, and if you have to collect their legal name due to the state or federal reporting policies, and if it differs from their preferred name, letting the client know why you have to collect their legal name, and ensuring them that they will only be called by their preferred name while seeking services with you. I also want to briefly touch upon de-escalation tactics. Going from my own professional experience, there's a fair likelihood that clients who just tested positive for HIV may be in an elevated state, understandably. Hearing the news of testing positive for currently lifelong infection can absolutely be devastating, and we want to be there for our clients and communities. Using validating, empathetic, and supportive language with a person, giving them the space and time to express how they're feeling in the moment, and respecting them if they don't want to talk. Helping a person identify any support networks they may have, and if they don't have any, providing them resources on group support in your area if available and accessible. It's using humanizing, non-judgmental language, not blaming a person for testing positive for HIV. And speaking as someone who is gay, our work in ensuring the epidemic of stigma and HIV is fought against extends outside of our professional lives. In my opinion, it also means fighting against the epidemic of anti-gay and anti-trans legislation across the country. The ACLU reports over 480 anti-LGBTQ+ bills that were introduced in state legislatures just this year. These bills will and already are making harmful impacts for folks like me who are gay, and for those who may be living with HIV. Discriminatory and hateful legislation increases stigma, and if we want to show up for our communities we serve, it's my belief that we must use our voices and power that we have in trying to fight against this onslaught of hateful bills and fight for more inclusive policies. Please pay attention to what's going on in your local and state politics and become an advocate for policies that will establish health equity, that will guarantee access to affordable and ideally free HIV medication and other healthcare treatment options, and policies that will remove any barrier to accessing care. Please pay attention as well to California. There is an exciting state of bills related to HIV access and preventative care that are going through the legislature right now. And if you all have any questions for me after my presentation, feel free to come to me, because there's really a lot of exciting stuff and also a couple of worrisome bills, in my opinion, to look out for. In conclusion, stay knowledgeable about the realities of living with HIV in America, how it disproportionately impacts communities such as queer and BIPOC communities. Use fact-based and empathetic approaches when delivering care, and be an advocate if possible. If a client or a community or a member sees you as a trustworthy person, knows that you're helping not only to save their life, but the lives of those around them. If you take one thing from my presentation today, know this: no matter how small you may think your active support or empathy is, know it will make a positive impact. Thank you all again for attending and hearing me, and thank you again to the Mental Health Association of SF. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
All right, I want to thank Adam for that wonderful presentation. I feel like some of the work we do, or one of the most important things we do at our agency, is it's about destigmatization, so about destigmatizing mental health challenges and being able to talk about them, and also what Adam shared about and reported on today about our status, HIV status, or related to STIs, and it's how important it is for us to get the care that we need. So I want to thank Adam again. I'll be introducing our next speaker now. There's a handout. This is from Pamela Ward Pius. There's a handout that's going around, so I hope you can get a copy. The topic for Pamela's talk is adding spirituality to the mental health recovery process. Pamela is the current co-chair of the Spirituality Initiative for San Mateo County and the previous co-chair of the African American Community Initiative. She's a successful advocate for herself and others in San Mateo County in the behavioral health system and has worked as a consultant for the Office of Diversity and Equity in San Mateo County. She taught at City College of San Francisco with a focus on community outreach, including teaching parenting in the San Francisco jail system. She has a master's degree and is an advanced candidacy for a doctoral degree in education. I'll just say briefly, I've worked with Pamela. I've had the privilege of working with Pamela off and on over the last, 5 or 6 years, and she is a wonderful advocate. I'm really glad Pamela's here with us. And we have, for the folks in the back, we have a video that I think is queued up. Pamela, do you want to share that first, the video? Okay, Pamela's going to say a few words and then introduce the video. So help me welcome Pamela. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, my mic is on. Great. Welcome. And if you're interested in spirituality and recovery, can I ask you to move up some? I feel like there's a whole sea of people in the back. And I would like to do some interactive activities. So if you want to move, it's fine. I would like it if you would move up. Okay. So, okay, thank you. As I said, I'm Pamela Ward Pius, and there's a tenet that I ascribe to, live my spiritual life by. Before I listen to someone speak in public, I prefer to have an idea of who the speaker is. It may be apparent that I'm an African American, also in a wheelchair now. What is not obvious is that I'm a person who survived childhood physical and emotional abuse and sexual abuse by a stranger as an adult. I became pregnant at age 16 by a heroin addict seeking love and comfort in the wrong person. I'm a single mother of 3 children, 2 I gave birth to and 1 by a heart connection. He's my bonus child. But getting too old, I'm going to stop claiming them. They're in their 50s. Let's see. I'm a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And as a young woman, I tirelessly served the community, working 20 hours a day in the Black Panther Party for 7 years. After the party, thank you, I attended school, an AA degree in social behavior here in Oakland from American Community College, a BA in child development with honors. But what's more important is I suffered more than 20 years of chronic, debilitating clinical depression, numerous psychiatric hospitalizations, and survived a serious suicide attempt. Despite these challenges, I am a woman of faith. So I'd like to get to know some of you. I know that our time is not long today. So this is the reflection. I promote my personal wellness by, would anybody like to say? Raise your hand. I promote my personal wellness by, what action do you take to promote? Okay, yes. Excellent. Yes? Excellent, yes. Renee? Okay. Other people, did you have your hand up? Yes. I promote my personal wellness by. Nice. I like that. Yeah. Yes. Good. Community is paramount to excelling in recovery. Yes. Okay. Was there anybody else? Okay. I'm going to talk for a little bit, and I would like to join in this conversation. No, I don't think we have time for that. When I have a handout, it's actually 17 pages long, on the difference between religion and spirituality. On the agenda for today is my email address. If you a copy of this 17-page document on the difference between spirituality and recovery, because we don't have time to do that today. Instead, I'm going to do what I like to do best, and that's to share a poem with you that I wrote. In the search for recovery, it's very important. Supportive guide or a loving, supportive community to foster us, if you will, in the process of recovery. So this is a poem I wrote when I was basically begging for a therapist as part of my treatment process. I was on antidepressants. It's a choice I made. It's not a choice for everybody, and if I have to, I'll go back on. But right now, I'm good. Okay, this was about finding a therapist, a spiritual quest for recovery, palm sweating panic, throat tightening tension, anger-ridden anxiety, with anticipation and great reluctance, a quest for self, fearing the known and the unknown, potentially disclosing festering raw wounds. Only a fool dares solo travel on a soul-searching sojourn, shedding game face, revealing shame base, seeking safe passage in the company of a loving, supportive guide, one who understands crucial questions, honoring heartfelt truth, trusting in a higher power. In tandem, speaker and guide gracefully maneuver the road less traveled, unafraid of raw wounds. Slowly, with painstaking precision, opening Pandora's box, exploring raw wounds. One day at a time, developing understanding, accepting raw wounds, finally discovering peace. Thank you. When I emerged from my about 20-year depression, I realized that it was going to be important not only that I had a therapist, but that I had other outlets. And the one that the universe conferred upon me was writing poetry. I didn't plan it. I don't plan it. That poem I wrote, I sat one time and it was done. And that's how poetry comes to me. So I want to encourage you, whether it's journal writing or to find positive aspects of yourself when you write, whether it's a journal, whether it's poetry, spoken word, a book. I don't know. Somebody might have it in them. I don't. Okay. This down. This is the handout. Where's the person who's doing the time? Oh, okay. Okay. 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, that's great. I talk faster than I thought. Okay. So I am the co-chair of the Spirit. So what is a spirituality initiative? In San Mateo, there was a real urgent need to get clinicians to start allowing people to discuss their spirituality when they saw the doctor or a therapist. It was non-existent 10, 15 years ago in San Mateo. We've done a lot of training with staff. Okay, good, good. That's a staff member for behavioral health. She would know. So what we do is try to infuse spirituality into the other health initiatives in San Mateo County. For instance, we'll be having an open mic night. We'll be talking a little bit about spirituality first, so that people have a sense of self when they present their work. Let's see. So as I said, I have been in the psych ward too many times to count. Visiting the psych ward, I did a group at 3AB for the County of San Mateo, the County Hospital of San Mateo. I did a support group on the locked unit for 5 years. First I volunteered to do it, and then they decided they wanted to pay me, so I said fine. But anyway, what I realized was, as much as they over and over again, it was more important for me to listen. And so what I did for those 5 years, whoever came, I don't care if they were psychotic, having a schizophrenic episode, they had an opportunity to talk about what was important to them. And as I said, I did that for 5 years. Does anybody have any questions so far? Comments? Yes. Okay. Spirituality for me is a little different than religion. Of course, for many people, in their religion, there are aspects of spirituality. About here, whether you walk in nature, you do self-care habits. For myself, I used to meditate every day for many years when I was practicing the Hindu faith for 7 years. Spirituality brings up words like hope. Those kinds of things are engendered in spirituality. Of course, you might say, well, they're engendered in my religion and my church. And that may be true. But I want to make a distinction between religion and spirituality, only because we're not proselytizing a specific religion. We're trying to understand the perspective of spirituality, and well, for me, that means wellness and self-care. Has anybody in here done the rap training? 6 times. I'm a hardhead. Okay. The rap training is on spiritual principles. And so if you have done the training and you're not practicing your wellness tools, my suggestion is think about trying it again. Every time I did it, new stuff came up. Doggone it. I didn't know I was so messed up. Yeah, new things kept happening. Share with you a video that I did. It's based on my childhood. It's called I Grew Up in a War Zone. I I'm going to show it now because we have much less time than I thought I would have today. And I don't want you to miss it. I laid the tracks for this audio and the visual tracks in a workshop. Here we go. I grew up in a war zone. People may not remember what you said, but they will always remember how you made them feel.
Today I realized that I'm a disabled veteran of a covert war, the war of 1954 to 1971. You won't find a single footnote of this secret shame-based battle in the annals of history, but I assure you it was real. It was real. I swear to you, it was real. You stupid fool. Fool. Crazy, lazy liar. You make me sick. Stop looking ugly. You stink. Get out of my face before I hurt you. I'll give you something to cry about. You act like, talk like some from the Mississippi Bayou. Why can't you act like, be like? Stop that crying, nothing's hurting you. I'll kill you before I let the police do. Age 9. Lips as big as yours should never smoke a cigarette. Close your mouth, it makes your lips look bigger. Stand up straight, fix yourself up. Go to school. I'm sick too and I'm going to work. First period, age 12. Now you know you can get pregnant just like I can. Asked by my older cousins, why doesn't your mother like you? If only I could be good enough, smart enough. I knew I could never be pretty enough. Maybe then she could love me. I didn't realize that I was a disabled veteran with combat wounds so crippling that it an internalized oppression lying at the heart of my depression. Always thinking that my greatest fear would come true. I would become my mother. As a child survivor of a covert war, I may be emotionally impaired, but I'm not crazy. Accepting that I survived a war zone has allowed me to begin my childhood lost, to mourn the parents I needed but never had, to learn self-love, to make amends to my own children, and to tell my story.
In everyone, there is a struggle between the mind and the soul. There's a constant battle between darkness and light. Do not give up because the struggle gets harder. It is this very struggle to overcome all troubles and all obstacles. Thank you. Time, 5 minutes. Oh boy. Okay. I'm going to allow at least 2 minutes for people to comment if they want to. How did it strike you? Does it relate to your story? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you. You'd have to ask my mother. And you, sir? Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Thank you. This video is actually on YouTube, but it's called Pamela's Story. The only thing you'll recognize if you go on YouTube is the dog uh, of the video online. Um, that's called an empathic doll. Use it with children to help them have emotion. 60 seconds. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to kind of step out on faith myself right now. How many of you, okay, how many of you are aware of Glide Church in San Francisco? Okay. I go to Glide Church, and I'm deeply saddened by the loss of Cecil Williams. He died yesterday, 2 days ago, I'm sorry. And I am grieving the loss. But again, I wrote about it. And I say writing as a means of expression and working through emotions is very positive. I worked with a therapist for probably 7 years on forgiving my mother. I have forgiven her. I'm not going to forget what happened. Anyway, dearly beloved, failed and finally reflected. Reverend Cecil has passed. He made contributions to the world. I can't help myself. I begin to smile when I think of all the people he's touched. We stand side by side with our LGBTQ sisters and who would honor their love by marrying them. This was in the 60s and early 70s. We gather together as a community to celebrate, not mourn. God bless you, dear one, for all you've done for me, us. Cecil, you called my name. You saw me, really saw me. Abused daughter and teen mom standing before you. Before each choir practice, you would call my name and I would come down. You would hold both my hands and look deep in my eyes. From your intention, your gentle gesture, and singing in Glide Ensemble, I began to heal traumas. I love you more than words could ever express, even in a whisper. I will miss you to the depths of my spirit. For true love and heartfelt truths never die. So we will be singing, praying, dancing, and playing. You taught us these lessons, and now we who know the truth must live it. You stayed with us far longer and gave of your soul and your songs and your sermons, much more than most could ever imagine. Not a superhero, but a flesh and blood man filled with dreams, farther than the eye can see, deep could fathom. Ultimately, our loving church without a cross saved me for the greater good. I humbly serve the people, and now I know my worth. taking care of myself for the journey ahead. Thank you, dear Cecil. Rest in peace and power. No doubt the Lord greeted you with a welcome. Well done. Come sit, rest, and enjoy the company of the ancestors. Thank you. I don't know what made me cry this time, but I guess I needed it. We're that you have. Thank you. Thank you. I have to remember to play Mary J. Blige's "You're Gorgeous." Yes. Renee, you want to say something?
I wanted to thank you. Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah.
We've got many, many been working in the county and seeing how far you've come, and I'm graciously happy to always be here.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
much for all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Sharing your stories amazing. We both did ours around the same time.
Yes,
So
we
thank
did.
you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pamela. That was amazing. Appreciate it. And yeah, we'll. Cecil Williams, Reverend Cecil Williams, was a great leader in our community, and that I didn't realize he'd passed away myself. So, thank you for that great poem. So, we're going to have one more presenter. Emily, you want to come up? Okay. So, we're going to shift our mood a little bit. This is Emily Wu Trong, Finding Healing After Tragedy, Transforming Pain into Beauty. And Emily is a Taiwanese American born in El Dorado, Arkansas, and grew up in Los Angeles County since 1988. She is an empathetic human being, a mother of 5 cats, a talented and visual and performance artist, a courageous grassroots mental health advocate, and an award-winning national speaker and storyteller for emotional resilience and healing. And also, Emily's going to share her journey of learning, another personal story of how to become much more comfortable in her own skin than in her younger years. As an award-winning storyteller artist who grew up with low self-esteem, she will share stories of her life's struggles, losing her father and becoming a psychiatric survivor because of the help of 988, the National Suicide Hotline. So I want to welcome Emily. Thank you.
What a privilege it is to be here. It's been a while since I've traveled across the state to do a speaking engagement. So I'm from LA County, actually born in Arkansas, so it's nice to be up in the Bay Area. So my presentation is called Finding Healing After Tragedy, Transforming Pain into Beauty. And these are my baby pictures when I was still in Arkansas. How do I just press next, I think, let's see, so yes. So I definitely like to be an artist, and this is my way of being the art piece. I call myself a walking art piece, and so over the last 10 years, I've done so many speaking engagements, and I've probably done over 170 speaking engagements over time. So in Arkansas, that's my earliest drawing. I was one of the only Asian kid in a class of Black and white students. I lived in Arkansas for about 7 years. And so when we came to California in Los Angeles, my mom actually never said I could say goodbye to my friends in Arkansas. I didn't know why. I was only 7 years old. And so we came to California, and these are some family pictures of me and my parents, and those are my 2 nephews. I got married in 2013, 12. March 2012, this is my husband, that's my daddy, those are my children. Like I said, I'm a cat mom. I actually have 5 total because I became a cat rescuer. Over the last 7 years, my husband and I have helped over 35 cats and 1 chinchilla. I went from being a foster mom to an independent cat rescuer, learning how to adopt out kittens. So as an advocate, I started to learn, RBG, and I also learned how, you don't have to be a therapist to be able to help people. You don't have to have that clinical license to be a good human being. So 10 years ago, actually in 2013, I spoke at a legislative briefing, the California Reducing Disparities Project, and so a Chinese-speaking newspaper interviewed me, and they failed to tell me that the article would be called "Victim of Perfectionist Parents Speaks Out." That was very challenging to navigate because my mom's response was, "How could you do this to me? Are you really my daughter? Do I have to disown you?" So I have given much of my heart and soul to the mental health movement because too many people are struggling in silence instead of getting the help that they need. And at this legislative briefing, I said, I will not end my life because I have a story to share. The more we talk about mental health, the more we will alleviate the stigma. There is no shame. There is no shame. And so I have learned to try to navigate the system ever since. And I wrote this quote myself: mental health affects everyone. It is about learning how to stay sane in this insane world. It is learning to be in touch with our emotions and feelings and to enjoy the roller coaster of life without being discouraged by the adversities. I've been featured in newspaper articles, so I was very happy when my small hometown in LA, San Marino, wrote this article about me. And then I was also the chair of the Asian Coalition when LA County Department of Mental Health used to still have one before they disbanded us. I've spoken at the Kaiser 2017 Quality Health Conference in 2017, talking to many different mental health clinicians, healthcare providers. I was so honored. I have attempted to request that May 10th was proclaimed as a NHPI Mental Health Day, and in 2017, the LA County Board of Supervisors honored my request and gave me a lovely proclamation. That is Hilda Solis, Supervisor Hilda Solis, next to me, and all of my Asian mental health advocate friends surrounding me. I've also gone to the White House initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Islanders. AANHPI is the new, you know how like LGBTQ turned into LGBTQIA++++. So it's instead of APA or API, it's now AANHPI. So last June I went to, last year in May I went to Washington, D.C. So this was really hard. I was at a NAMI California conference in Newport Beach when my dad went unconscious. And it was sudden. And so there was a lot of family drama when it happened. And so, when someone you love dies, you have so much regret, remorse, emotional pain. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Why did I snap at him? What could I have done more? My heart sank into a dark, deep pit of black, and I did not know how to save myself. Certainly, no, 988 didn't even help either. Because when I asked them, they did give me one resource for a grief support resource in Los Angeles, but when they asked me, is there anything else we can do for you? I said, have you been in my situation where you have a family on their deathbed? They said, sorry, we cannot disclose that. So I thought, I have no use for you, 988. Hang up. And so with this, the mortuary asked me, would you like those flowers that are, oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Would you like these flowers that were on your dad's casket? I say, yes, please. So I took it home, didn't know what to do with it. I made that. I made that right outside my garage. And now I tell everyone that ever since he passed away, the sleeping artist woke up. Art became my way of coping. This is how, like, I was thinking about how, in history, in the African American communities, like they had the blues, right? They used music to cope with slavery and the challenging times that they experienced. And then in Taiwan, we had the 228 massacre. How do they cope with the anniversary of the massacre? They share music, they sing songs, they play piano, they play the violin to commemorate the loss and the grief. So, after the Monterey Park mass shooting that tragically happened in January of last year, this also became an event that I became vicariously traumatized by. And so I spent somewhere between 4 or 5 hours to create that. And I chatted with the community as I was making my art. And so it says, keep dancing, say hello to Twitch for us, because he had recently killed himself. And I wrote, you matter. Speak to people in a way that if they died the next day, you'd be satisfied with the last thing you said to them. That was my last text to Daddy. And then I was featured in the news, in the Pasadena Star-News, the San Gabriel Valley Tribune, for my artwork. Some would name me, some wouldn't, because they didn't know, photojournalists didn't know who I was. I was featured in Fox 11 News for a few seconds, just to talk about the importance of peer support and support groups. I even did advocacy work for the MHASF, and I continued to do more work. This one on the right was the one that was featured on the front page of the Pasadena Star-News on February 1st of last year. And so I got to meet more people who were also grieving the death of their loved ones. That was the front page of the Pasadena Star News. I started doing more work. I would look for florists who didn't want their flowers anymore, and I'd make more artwork, and I made that one just before Valentine's Day last year in front of my mom's house. I started getting into drawing. The left side says, "Take your broken heart and turn it into art." And, sometimes I feel like when you have that broken heart, sometimes I feel like you're going through a stage of transformation, even though it feels so painful inside. It's like you're basically going through, like you're a phoenix rising. The only way out is through. I did that drawing on the right. That's my daddy. I used to drive him to all of his hospital dinners because he was a doctor. Those are more artwork that I've done at the mortuary for even other family members. And on the anniversary of my father going unconscious, I was blessed to have this NAMI national speaking engagement. I was so proud because they paid me a good amount of money. Because peers traditionally have been taken advantage of, and I'm like, I don't want to be taken advantage of and tokenized this time. So I've done this presentation for NAMI National before, and it was 15 minutes long, recorded, and showcased in 14 other conferences in other states outside of California. Thank you. It was quite the accomplishment that I felt for myself. I continued to do more artwork because my dad brought home a lot of medicine bottles, so I'm like, okay, let's just make art out of anything I see. Continued to make more art. I volunteered for the Sierra Rose Float Association, and then they had like so many leftover flowers they had in their dumpster. I'm like, these are beautiful. Why do you want to dump them? So I just took them all, and then I made more art. And I continued to do more. And those are the same butterfly wings that I'm wearing right now. Thank you. Because, this is so easy to do. You go find a magnolia tree outside, and all those petals are already on the ground. They have beautiful colors. Just make art. And so those are rose petals that were from the rose parade. They didn't want these. They were giving away all of these roses. And so I'm like, okay, I'll take them home. I don't know what I'm going to make yet, but I made that. And then my mom was like, she doesn't like attention. She's quite private. And she's like, take that out. Okay, when it dies, you clean that up, okay? So that's the view of the at night. And then on the right, because it was raining, it started to look like that. But even in death, it still looks beautiful. You still see the shape. And then I cleaned it up. I turned it into another heart on the left. And then in the middle, I was crying at a time, and I was using, or maybe I got sick, and I was blowing my nose, or using tissues to help me, and I turned my used tissues into art too. And then when it was raining, I just moved the rose petals into the shape of the I love you. I auditioned for America's Got Talent in February. And they told me I'm supposed to be on TV in June or July, who knows. But I am not a contestant, but I wish I was. But I tried to promote a good cause, like how I used to be one of the speakers of the California mental health movement when it used to be called Each Mind Matters. Now it's called Take Action for Mental Health. I'm like, I disagree with this name change. You know, Each Mind Matter had a much heartfelt ringtone to it. And not everyone is ready to take action. Try to find platforms to be able to spread a good word. Once I get attention, I want to divert my ego, yes, I love attention, but I will always redirect it to the community. You can also find my recovery video if you go to YouTube and you type out my name and type out Each Mind Matters. There's a video there. I have plenty of videos. Just find, my friends call me a mini celebrity. So I continued to do more artwork. That one I did on the right was for Lunar New Year. And then, I've been discovering a lot of things about myself in this past year. Thank you for the clap. Thank you. So this is one of them. I'm more comfortable with telling people that I'm bisexual. Yeah, I'm married, but so what, And because my first crush in Arkansas was actually on a girl. I just didn't know how to express it to her back then. Because in our lives, we are trained to, be heterosexual. So this is me at the LA Chinatown Golden Dragon Parade. Or Dragon Parade. And then I was on the Californians Proposition 1 team. Thank you. It was very hard, very challenging. So we did a webinar with Rob Wypen, and working with Rob Wypen has been quite exciting because he wrote the book called Your Consent is Not Required. Do consider reading that book because it validates all psychiatric survivors' experiences. Those are my upcoming events. The first one is right now. The last three are all in LA County. So if you have any friends who are in LA County, tell them to come my way and come to my event, because I'm going to, for the first time, my hometown, the city of San Marino, is going to proclaim May 10 as AANHPI Mental Health Day. First time, and I'm receiving the proclamation. Thank you so much. And then the last two events are, I will have a 30-minute performance on May 12th at Arcadia County Park, the same place where Cal Mesa did a video of me doing my Each Mind Matters recovery story. It's just so interesting how, life, universe started. And then the last one is I'm working with the city of Monterey Park, where they had the mass shooting. I'm working with their city to host their resource fair, mental health resource fair. And we're gonna have all these balloons. That pink ribbon is going to be green. And so do not be dismayed by the brokenness of this world. All things can be mended, not with time, as they say, but with intention. Extravagantly, unconditionally, the broken world waits in the darkness for the light that is you. And, and after expectations been reduced to zero, every new day became a bonus, and I began to appreciate everything I did have. Be brave, be curious, be determined, and overcome the odds. And be the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Be an angel. But as an advocate, take naps, but stay woke. So I'm just kind of getting through the very end because I know I'm over time. So be aware of your energy level. Compassion fatigue is real. And so if you don't let your phone burn out, don't let yourself burn out either. And so I'm also a NAMI Glendale support group facilitator. I do it less than part-time. And so this isn't my information. Take a snapshot of that. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter as Emily W. Speaks. That's my email address. So keep in touch. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. So I want to thank all three of our presenters. That was Adam Verokwa, Pamela Ward-Pius, and Emily Wu Trong just now. So that was really great. I appreciate it. And we've got an announcement before lunch. One of the presentations in your program, this is for the breakout session 7 at 2:55 p.m. It's Journey from Peer Provider to Certified Medi-Cal Peer Support Specialist with Lisa Sun Gresham and Lindsay Maldonado Scuddy. Is going to be in Salon 3-4 rather than it's a larger room. So we've got lunch coming up. There's a little bit of a break between now and then, and thanks everybody for being here. And we'll be back. We have some more blips starting in about a half an hour. So thanks very much. Enjoy lunch. Couple of special presentations for you over the lunchtime period. We've had so many great presentations submitted to us that we're going to have some presentations during lunch as well. So our first we're calling these blips, which are sort of like our version of a TED Talk. So these are like 15 to 20 minute presentations. And our first presentation is from Moana Fogg, who is a Senior Benefits Advisor for the U.S. Department of Labor, Employee Benefits Security Administration in the San Francisco Regional Office. Moana has a Master's of Arts in Secondary Social Studies teaching from Colgate University and has a keen interest in labor rights, social justice, and public service. She started her career as a Peace Corps volunteer and served in St. Lucia as a literacy volunteer. In her current role as a Senior Benefits Advisor, she advises workers and their families of their rights regarding how to protect their employer-sponsored retirement and health benefits. Her favorite part of her job is conducting outreach events to help workers better understand how to make the most of their hard-earned benefits. So we're really happy to have Moana to join us today. Moana's going to come up here, and the presentation will help us to understand Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act, MHPAEA. Topics covered will include things to consider when submitting a mental health claim, including your rights to information and to appeal. So personally, this is like an area that I need a lot of support around, so I'm really glad Moana's here, and I'll be taking some notes. So I want to welcome Moana to the stage. Thanks, Moana.
Okay, so thank you so much. I know you all are eating lunch right now, so I see you moving your mouths. That's fine. Take the time that you need. Thank you so much for the introduction, Peter. As he said, my name is Moana, and I'm with the U.S. Department of Labor, Employee Benefits Security Administration. I am a benefits advisor, and my main role is to help workers and their families understand their rights when it comes to their benefits. Because we all know we work hard for our benefits, so we want to make sure that we get what we earned. So my agency, you might be asking, why is Department of agency enforces laws dealing with private sector employer benefits. So say that I work at Costco and Costco has a retirement plan or offers a disability plan for their employees or health benefits. Our department enforces the laws for those plans. So today, just because of the topic, I'm going to focus on health benefits and laws and protections that we have in place that you might not be aware of. So I know when the topic of health insurance, you might feel discouraged, annoyed, disgruntled. I mean, it's a lot to navigate, right? Especially if you get a denied health claim. But I'm hoping with some of the information that I'm going to present on today that you'll feel a little less discouraged and know at least if there is, you have a question about a denied claim, that you can contact our department for further assistance on how to navigate the appeals system. So let's see here. So like I said, I work for the Department of Labor, which is the federal government, and our department has 10 regional offices. So if you have a question about your benefits, you can give us a call. We're open 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, and we're all throughout the nation. We have 10 regional offices, and the call will be routed based on your area code. And I work in the San Francisco regional office, so just down the street. And you have a question about like a health benefit, like a denied claim, a disability claim that you might be applying for, or even a 401k pension, you can give us a call. You'll get a benefits advisor live. I promise you won't have to wait a long time. I know with some government agencies, you have to wait hours to get in touch with someone. We're a smaller agency, so we take a lot of pride that you probably only have to wait 2 to 3 minutes. And then even if, like, say we have a meeting and we have to close the phones, if you leave a voicemail, you'll get a call back within 2 business days. And you'll either get me or one of my colleagues, another benefits advisor. And you can, when you call, you can talk about your unique situation. You know, if you have questions about the law, or if you're having trouble with an employer or, say, a health plan, we can help you and give, continue, work the inquiry, we call it, and contact the employer or the health plan on your behalf to try to resolve the issue. So today I'm going to focus on 2 aspects of the law. The first part is Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. This act was passed in 2008. Has anyone heard of this? No? Okay. So basically, and that's what we're finding too, and we're trying to do more outreach to educate the public so they know that this is out there. So basically, this act says if a health plan offers mental health coverage, then it should be in parity with medical surgical. So that's really it, to make it simple. So if there is a mental health coverage, whatever they're doing on the medical surgical side, it should also be applied to the mental health side. And for the mental health side, they can't add extra steps for you to get coverage if they're not doing it for the medical surgical. So it has to be in parity. Okay? So Congress passed this law in 2008 because they were seeing that people had to go through extra hurdles to get mental health coverage, right? And a way to kind of help people with getting the coverage that they're paying and working hard for, they passed this law. So mental health parity is really looking at the plan as a whole, But some things to look out for, concerns to think that there might be an issue here. My health plan might not be in parity. So one thing the plan can't do, they can't make you get a referral to see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional if they're not doing it for your medical doctor. If they're applying it to the medical surgical side, they can't do it to mental health. The plan can't say, okay, you have a 500 deductible for medical services, and then you have an extra deductible to meet for any mental health services. They can't do that. And it shouldn't be that you have to call 50 in-network psychologists, mental health professionals to get an appointment. Yes, this is a big one. You can schedule an appointment with your doctor in 10 minutes. That should not be the case. And the Mental Health Parity Act at Department of Labor, our investigators are looking at health plans right now, auditing them to make sure that these plans that they're offering are in parity. The other thing is that the plan can't require pre-authorization, let's say like every 3 months for medication with mental health. Again, if they're not doing it on the medical surgical side, they can't do it for mental health. So if you have like a question or a concern about mental health parity and you're just like, something is just not right, like I feel like I have to go through extra hurdles to get this coverage, you should definitely give us a call at the Department of Labor, because we're not gonna know what's out there unless people call us. And if people call us, we will review the plan as a whole and see if there is a parity issue, okay? So that's just a quick snippet on the Mental Health Parity Act. Again, financial requirements, the plan cannot do that, and they can't provide any limitations for treatment. And then I also wanted to talk about, even if there's not an issue with mental health parity, I know like the worst feeling is if you get a letter from your health plan and it's a denied claim. Can anyone raise their hand if they got that? I know that I have. It's the worst. It's like, I thought that my health plan was going to cover this, and now I'm getting a bill from the doctor's office saying that I owe this money, right? So it's important to know that it is your right. You can file an appeal. And a lot of people feel discouraged about doing that, right? Because it's a lot to navigate. But it is your right. And I know people who have filed appeals and the plan has overturned the decision. Sometimes the plan makes mistakes. So it's really important, if you think that you should get coverage for a certain service, that you file the appeal. It's free of charge. The law is that the plan can have up to 2 levels of internal appeals. So that's with the plan. And if the appeal is denied, they have to give you an explanation and reference the provisions of the plan. And if the appeal is denied at the internal level, then the plan, if the claim is denied due to medical necessity, then they should offer you an external review. And that is with an independent medical board. And again, you can, send an appeal, write a letter to the plan. A doctor may be able to help you to say why, you needed this service, why you needed this. So I just wanted to, I thought that this was a great opportunity to give some information on, things that we don't really want to deal with, but we have to, right? And let's see here. I just want to make sure I talked about that. And the other thing I want to mention is for denied claims, the law is if an employer offers a health plan, then they have to operate in accordance to their plan documents. And any participant who is covered on that plan has a right to the plan document. We call it the summary plan description, which is a summary of the legal plan document. And so if your health plan is saying, you know, they're not covering this service, ask for a copy of the policy to see what it actually says, because that will be helpful when filing your appeal. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Again, we take calls from the public. If you have questions about your rights, or if you're supporting someone that you think might benefit from us, give us a call. Our toll-free number is 1-866-444-3272. And like I said, you'll be routed to a local regional office. Just want to share of my success stories with helping people with some issues that they might have been having with their health plan. A gentleman called us, and he had several visits with an out-of-network therapist, right? And based on his health plan rules, it wouldn't be the full amount, but the plan would cover the out-of-network. But he would just have to submit a claim to be reimbursed. So he did what he was supposed to. He submitted his claim. He didn't get any money back from the plan. He called the plan, because 2 months later, still nothing in the mail from the plan. And the plan told him, we never got your claim. You must not have filed it. And so he called us, the Department of Labor. He actually had proof that he submitted it. I contacted the plan, and they processed it, and he was paid. I mean, it's just simple like that. The plans do make mistakes. And so if you have an issue, definitely give us a call. Like, we want to help you, okay? I think, I don't want to take up too much time, but I wanted to just show you if any of this would be helpful. I'm in the exhibit hall, and I have some publications here on knowing your rights for mental health parity. So feel free to, take some pubs, and if you want us to send it to you electronically, like, we'd be happy to do that. We can send to an organization, so you have some on hand, free of charge, of course, it's the government. And then also filing a claim for your health benefits. If you have a denied claim, this will walk through the steps. Again, I'll be over there. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I know I've seen a lot of you already, but if you haven't come over and this is of interest of you, please come over. I'd be happy to assist you. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. I look forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Should I? Or it will go automatically?
Yeah, there's another one coming on, I think so.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. All right, we want to thank Moana, and we've got our next presenter is actually someone from our staff. Monica Martinez, who's our Director of Education and Innovation, is going to introduce Jasmine for us. So it's here if you need it.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying lunch. So the next blip is the digital literacy and mental health peer support, bridging the digital divide for transgender adults and transitional aged youth. It'll be presented by Jasmine Gabb, the Trans Ante Tech at Hand Program Manager. Jasmine has been with MHASF for almost a year now and is the Tech at Hand Team Manager. They joined MHASF with admiration for the peer-based model. Jasmine saw the unique opportunity in Tech at Hand as their program serves transitional age youth and the transgender population by creating access to digital literacy and peer support. Throughout their time here, they have learned a tremendous amount from MHASF's leadership team and digital peer navigators. Jasmine completed their MA in developmental psychology at SF State and spent their college years working with different LGBTQ+ and youth orgs. They are proud to manage a program that aligns with their personal values. Please welcome Jasmine Gabb.
Hey, y'all. Thank you all for attending this session, enjoying lunch, and day 2 of Redefining Crazy. Before I even get into anything tech at hand related, can we give a huge round of applause to all of our wonderful staff and volunteers that set today up? Awesome, thank you guys. So Monica gave me a fabulous intro, but just to reiterate, my name is Jazz. I use they, she pronouns, and I'm incredibly honored to be here today. This is my first Redefining Crazy ever, and I'm glad to be in person with y'all. Today, I'll be introducing Tech at Hand. We are a digital literacy and mental health program that I've had the honor of being with for the last 9 months, almost a year now. We work primarily with socially isolated adults and transitional aged youth. Oh, so I've never used this before. Okay. So y'all heard my bio. Y'all are not interested really in all the details of my life. But I've had the honor of coordinating and managing Tech at Hand for the past 9 months, and I'm really excited to hit my first year with the agency. I'm incredibly proud to be part of the very few digital literacy programs that is by and for the queer and trans community here in San Francisco. I was born in the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, and I moved to San Francisco in 2020. It was a very extremely lonely time, and moving here allowed me to find queer mental health support in a way that I never thought possible through a really hard time. As a young immigrant origin, queer, non-binary person with my own lived experience with mental health, I have been on the receiving end of so much care from different nonprofits throughout SF, and I'm really grateful to be on the other end of that now as a manager. Thank you, thank you. Before starting my work here, I completed my bachelor's and my master's at SF State. Are there any Gators? Has to be. During my time in that program and all of my education, the biggest thing I learned was how to center perspectives in your work, whether that's in school, and your actual workplace, within your research, and within your own personal life, and that centers how I approach my work here at the agency. I'm also incredibly grateful for all of the leadership within the Department of Education and Innovation. So can we also give a round of applause to our director, Monica Martinez, and our associate director, Dee Dee Thatcher. Okay, thank y'all. So to actually dive into the program, we'll first be discussing what the digital divide is. It might be the first time you're ever hearing that term. And then we'll go into what digital literacy is. We'll learn a little bit about the history and context of our program model, and all of our community partners. So what is the digital divide? I'm really going to be talking about this, how the definition of the term has changed over the years. So originally, researchers saw this as just an access issue. Who has access to the device and who doesn't? Who has internet and who doesn't? But that is a very narrow look at what the digital divide is. Thankfully, things moved forward a little bit, and researchers began to focus on issues beyond access, such as the skill someone needs to use it. You can give someone a laptop, and it can be sitting in a room because they're scared to touch it. So skills needed for use became a huge issue within the field, and access was reconceptualized as full appropriation of use. So that means using technology in your everyday life to solve your everyday issues. This has been termed the second level divide, or the deepening divide. Current day, there are 4 different classifications of barriers that contribute to the digital divide. One of them is termed mental, which is really the interest or personal interest or motivation that the individual has to use the technology. The second is material, which focuses solely on material access. The third is skill, so what social support and education access does the individual have to learn the skills needed? And the fourth is usage. So this is termed as opportunities for use. Do you have opportunities within your classroom, within your home, to use technology frequently? It's also really important to note that the digital divide is intertwined with someone's risk factors and experience of social inequity. So during COVID, technology was used not only for healthcare access, mental health access, but to continue to work and maintain your livelihood. But only those who had physical access or education were able to holistically adapt to that lifestyle. So now that we have an understanding of the variability of access, we can learn a little bit about what digital literacy is. So digital literacy is an ability to understand and to use information from a variety of digital sources. So it's essentially literacy in the digital age. Some researchers have defined this by listing out competencies. For example, can this person type? Can this person click properly? But that ends up being a little bit restrictive as technology changes over time and the competency someone needs differs based on their lifestyle. So a more holistic definition of the term was coined by Paul Gilster, who stated that digital literacy is about mastering ideas rather than keystrokes. This emphasizes the importance of steering away from a mechanistic approach to teaching digital literacy. So somebody, you have to teach them how to adapt it into their lives, why it is helpful for them, what the concept of technology really is, and this really helps us battle and combat fear of technology, especially when working with older and isolated adults. This is essentially a major part of the work we do at Tech at Hand, but it is definitely not the only part. Our program models centers not only digital literacy, but on peer support and holistic goal creation. So what does all that mean, right? So we essentially have 2 main facets of our program. One is our tablet lending program, which consists of a 4 to 6 month cohort of 20 participants. During someone's time in the program, they're assigned to a digital peer navigator to receive weekly one-on-one support. They're also given a 9th generation iPad with a hotspot. So they're given the technology and then given someone to guide them through the program throughout their time. Each participant who enrolls is asked to make 3 goals related to technology and their mental health. For example, having better sleep habits and putting their technology away, getting connected to gender-affirming care online, such as healthcare or therapy, and finding social connection. These are all 3 common goals of our participants. Is one facet, and the second is our monthly workshop series. So these workshops are typically done in conjunction with a community-based organization. We've done some with SF LGBT Center, some with Lyric, Lavender Youth Recreation and Information Center. We pair with them and work with the people they serve in order to expand the outreach of our services, but all of our cohort members and all of our alumni are always welcome. Some of the topics of these workshops include finding basic needs resources, mastering digital organization, and addressing social isolation. Our program serves LGBTQ transitional aged youth and socially isolated adults who are typically housing insecure and are experiencing multiple intersecting systemic barriers for them to improve their livelihood on their own. Our program's is to serve these community members by providing them technology with a hotspot, financial support while they're in the program, and a digital peer navigator to teach digital literacy, provide peer emotional support, and help them navigate the resources we refer them to or include them within. When this program first started, the original piloted vision was to connect folks with a device solely to get them connected to mental health care. As the program went on, we quickly learned that many community members had other needs other than therapy to support their mental health. For example, many of our folks wanted to get connected to long-term employment. They wanted to access housing, they wanted to register for classes, they wanted to access their healthcare information, and they wanted also to access LGBTQ competent care across the lifespan. Our program provides peer emotional support and a cohort modeled program to create opportunity for community building, emotional processing, and to alleviate social isolation. We try our best to take a participant-centered approach by promoting their agency while goal setting, determining meeting frequency, hosting incentivized activity, and providing frequent opportunities for feedback. Our digital peer navigators practice a form of advocacy-based counseling. Our forms of counseling include peer-based support, which is emotional support with skills such as reflective listening, support in healing, rebuilding self-esteem, identifying boundaries. I know y'all have heard all of that before. But related to technology, many of our participants also focus on building boundaries, creating a healthy relationship with the technology that they use or that they're learning to use. If needed, our digital peer navigators can refer to our peer counseling services within the agency. Our DPNs also frequently advocate for their clients, most commonly systems-based advocacy, which looks like navigating institutions, providing resources, and doing warm referrals rather than doing a dry, cold referral by just sending someone else's email. There are many other programs that provide digital literacy training and support in San Francisco. These programs have done so much to help bridge the digital divide for older, socially isolated adults throughout SF to help improve their lives. Our program is very similar in the goals we hope to achieve. However, our program is very unique in tailoring our services with a queer and trans, trauma-informed lens to care. Our program recognizes the very unique barriers that queer and trans people experience across the lifespan and is tailored to adapt to their needs as they arise throughout their time with us. With much respect to the history of queer community work within SF, our program works in collaboration with based organizations in the city to provide digital literacy support to the folks that they serve. While there are a few programs that provide digital literacy support to queer older adults, they're usually tailored to just one institution. Something really unique that we do is we're able to partner with different organizations rather than saying, hey, you're not a part of SF LGBT Center, so we can't work with you. Organization affiliation, or you want the help to do so. We're a little bit more open-minded in who we accept into our program. To talk about our community partners and the relationships that we've built, Tech at Hand collaborated with St. James Infirmary Navigation Center during its first 2 cohorts. If you don't know, St. James Infirmary is one of the first trans-only shelters in the United States. With them, we quickly learned by having consistent in-person meeting with participants really allowed our engagement to improve and our programs to flourish. As the Navigation Center is primarily a shelter space, the ability to meet them where they're at really strengthened the relationship that we had. Tech at Hand currently holds a partnership with Hype Center, which stands for Helping Young People Elevate. They typically serve Bay Area. We're honored to be working with an organization that has a youth-centered model, which is illustrated through the efficiency of their drop-in services. I used to be a youth through Hype Center. They really supported me when I first moved to SF, so I'm incredibly grateful to hold this partnership. We also very recently began working with SF LGBT Center. They're a huge organization, and we have so much respect for them, and being able to will allow participants to receive both of our support and resources and provide them more holistic community care. We started attending their queer youth meal nights, and we're planning to host a workshop early next week and really kick off this partnership. We are proud to continue our ongoing relationship with Kennard House, which is an intensive social services provider in SF. We host regular digital literacy. Moving forward, the second part of this presentation is focused on all of our participants' experiences, what our program has learned since our initiation, and where we hope to go in the future. A major part of our work is focusing on centering our participants' experiences and outcomes in order to reflect on our program. To go over some of our satisfaction survey data from cohort 2, when asked if they were satisfied with the program overall, 92% of folks responded very satisfied or satisfied. When asked if they were satisfied with the resources our program provides, 84% responded very satisfied or satisfied. I do think going forward, collecting some qualitative data to clarify would really help us moving forward. Although we did collect some qualitative feedback on just general experience in the program, so I'm gonna review some standout quotes. The first comes from cohort 2, which ended at the end of February. So to begin, I don't think without this program I would be able to manage my mental health. It supported my mental health by offering me a resource. It helped me not just with my mental health, but with career responsibilities and keeping in touch with my family and friends. It has been helpful in elevating my journalism, and it's been a very important resource. The second quote comes from a participant in cohort 3, which is an active ongoing cohort that is set to end at the end of May. If I was a little too stressed out over my academics and my career, in on my mental health and to take some time off or to relax. Remind myself to sleep well. They remind me, hey, you remember those goals that you came up with for yourself? Let's try to get back to those. And I think my navigator transcended just being a navigator and almost like a life coach. And that's way more than I could have ever asked for. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. To go into some program much for the past year since I've started here, and we have so many directions to take us forward and to look towards the future. One of the biggest ways that we've learned to improve our work is by deepening our partnerships with LGBTQ and youth-serving organizations. This really allows us to be fully integrated into a community of care, serving the public, and gives respect to the history of queer community here in the Bay Area. Participants to our workforce development program, Propel. We are currently referring participants to this program where they gain access to an employment specialist, no-cost Medi-Cal peer support specialist training, and job placement support. We would love to be able to continue referring participants to Propel for training and employment support. The third is a participant-driven system of care. Participants in mental health care, substance use challenges, and supportive housing systems. Unfortunately, many of these folks tend to fall through the cracks of case management systems, so when working with them, they bring up needs that we're not necessarily able to fulfill. For example, running errands, having in-person legal health and housing advocacy when it comes to entering those institutions. So we found that it's really important to have a solid system the organizations that we're handing our participants off to. So what's gonna move us forward? For our future directions, we need to have some sustainability. We were really grateful for the opportunity to implement this innovative program, We're committed to continuing this support to transgender and transitional age youth populations, and we really hope to receive additional funding to continue this work. Youth perspective. This allows our program design and the program evaluation to create a genuine collaboration with the communities that we serve. Third, for our future cohorts, we are extremely excited to implement needed changes and feedback we've received from participants and stakeholders, as well as community organizations and members that care about our program. Overall, and I'm looking toward the future. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for listening. For now, we have a 10-minute break until 1:40. Feel free to get seconds if you want while the food is still out before it's gone. And then at 1:40 is when our next breakout sessions are going to start. All right.
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with breakout session 6. So this is relational safety, our wellness, our way. Please welcome Sharon Keene Bliss, Program Manager from the Oregon Warm Line.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am so honored to be here sharing space with all of you, and just particularly excited to be part of a conference that is called Redefining Crazy. Now, that is something I've been doing my whole life, right? And to know that it's the system, not the people, that really got me thinking when I was asked if I would put together a presentation for you all. I really wanted to do something about the power of personal relationships for our well-being. I know transitions, a lot of very difficult altered states. I've had times when my life was really just torn down to the bare bones. But what has kept me on the planet and what has kept me safe is the amazing personal relationships that I have in my life. And although it's a simple topic, I really wanted to create a space in which each one of us could pause and reflect on relationships and what we might like to add to our relationship landscape. So I wanted to start just briefly telling you about myself and why I'm doing this work. And I like to say I have the typical mental health hero's journey, right? I had a terrible time. My life broke down. I ended up in a state hospital in upstate New York. Involving abuse of types that's not supposed to happen when we're receiving care, right? We're not supposed to be attacked and told that our truth is not real. So that big T trauma for me set me on a course and now it is what? That was 1984. 40 years later, I have spent those 40 years making a really good this system so that no one else gets hurt. I want no one else to ever be harmed the way that I was harmed. And I know that's the story of so many mental health warriors, is that we know what happens is not right, it's not okay, and it's not going to be recreated or repeated if we have anything to say about it. So thank you. Thank you. And I love this image and this quote by Rumi, "The wound is the place where the light enters." And that was true for me. As horrible as my experiences were, I really was able to move forward with an embracing of all that is and an embracing of spirituality and the connection between all human beings, just believing that mankind we're one humankind, we're one being, really. What happens to some of us, it affects all of us because we're all connected. And so knowing this to be my truth, it has impacted the way that I've done my life and what I believe in terms of work. We all matter and we're all connected. So for me, after I got out of that first hospitalization, I was really lucky because I met old-time mental health liberation advocates in New York State, a guy named George Ebert. And it really helped me to see that you could do a lot by community organizing. And so I began on that journey. I ended up going back to school in Santa Cruz and wrote a thesis in 1997 called Transforming the Mental Health System, a Peer Perspective. And I've been living that out ever since. I love to share that photograph of some of my early activist work. I was pissed, and we wanted to see things change. Thank you, thank you. A little further along the journey, I encountered the Wellness Recovery Action Plan, and I was still really struggling. How is my life like somehow part of a medical system? I've been drugged really drugged down, very, very seriously drugged down, heavy psychotropics in my life. But using RAP, I really love this idea that the control is internal. I make my own decisions. These are choices. It's my life. And I really love the values that were in RAP too. Hope and personal responsibility, education, always learning, self-advocacy, and support. And so I spent a little over 10 years traveling around California counties, even coming to San Francisco during that time and doing RAP training. And I did that with my life partner and business partner at that time, Mertice Jatan Williams. And she and I just had a great rapport doing this work together and adapting it for cultural purposes to different groups. And that was really, really meaningful. That relationship was really meaningful. Later on, I started working with Jay Mahler. How many people in the room know Jay Mahler? Contra Costa, mental health consumer concerns? Yeah, absolutely. Pool of consumer champions in the room. That's wonderful. Well, Jay really inspired me, and I worked with him for many years, looking at how we could change systems from a peer perspective by being consumers who worked advising the public mental health system. Well, I did that for a long time, but that grew kind of old. It was not changing fast enough for me. I connected with Sally Zinman and work with the California Network of Mental Health Clients. Who knows Sally? Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, Sally Zinman was this important work partner for me, but she was also a very important friendship in my life. Sally had this little rock on her windowsill in her kitchen that said, "Friends are our chosen families." And I really believe that. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have a family that is behind me and supports me 100%. But in the moment, when I'm going through an altered state, Sally was someone who could let me stay at her house and just support me with just total acceptance. An amazing, amazing thing. So those were really important relationships in my life that set me on a course. And so this idea, friends are our chosen family, I want to invite you to think about, well, who's your chosen family? And one of those pink handouts, and anybody who needs a handout, I really encourage you to have it, because you can get more out of this if you take the time to jot down some ideas on your handout. Who's in your chosen family? This is a group of women that we call the Goddesses Co-Arising, and we've done Zoom support for one another even before COVID and since. But just people who really know me from the inside out and have watched me go through different changes and still love and accept me. So important to have those members of our chosen family. In RAP, we talked about creating a circle of support. And what I'd like to talk to you about today is about personal networks. Who is in your personal network, right? And this idea that people kind of land around a landscape or constellation, but who do we have that's in that inner circle right now who we would say they are intimate friends? Who do we share intimacy with? And I don't mean just sexual intimacy. I mean people who you can share everything with, who you can bring your whole self there and show up in the allness of who you are with all your different aspects, all your different strengths and weaknesses, the real you. Who is it that's in your life that you can show up that way? Or if there's not really much of that kind of connection right now, think about the next circle out. Who are friends who seem like they really have that potential to come closer and to share that kind of real deep connection? I like to say to people that I really like, that show a lot of potential to be close friends, I sometimes will say, you know, I really value your friendship. It's just, you know, you're so important to me. Let them know. One thing that this is a little bit of a side, but I took an end-of-life doula training this last year and learned a lot about the end of life And there's something that we do with people who are getting ready to end their life here, and that's called legacy, identifying what was really important to them in their life. And do you know the number one important thing to people when they're getting ready to die? Who were their important close relationships? And the thought is, I wish I had prioritized those relationships more. Nobody says, I did a really great job in this position. They're ready to die. That's not the thing that is like in our heart of hearts that really matters. So right now, we're vibrant, we're young, we've got time. Who is in your network? Who is investing in and creating a space of relational safety? I'm going to say more about that and what that looks like. Are there acquaintances you might like to get to know better? And I really invite you to jot down on those circles, like think about it. What's your landscape look like? What groups or meetings do I participate in where maybe there's some kind of interesting people I might want to get to know better? And then who's on that outside circle? Sometimes a professional might be a therapist or a massage practitioner, something like that, could be an important part of your circle, even though there's actually the monetary exchange. They're still part of the circle that makes up your landscape and your safety in that set of relationships. Any questions about that? Pretty straightforward, but I really think it's worth doing. I got pretty excited when I got turned on to intentional peer support back in 2010. Who in the room has taken training in intentional peer support? Do we have any IPSers? Not too much IPS happening here. Well, it's a really great training because it's all about relationship. And it's about how to come alongside someone and be in relationship with them without exerting our agenda or our power trip or our expectations, but just coming alongside and being curious and being interested in connecting and exploring, because everybody's got such a different worldview. Well, I'm supposed to, I don't know if this thing will do it. Oh, shoot. Oh, well, there's a piece of that that doesn't show. It's like a little extra thing where it talks about there's me, there's you, and the relationship. And it's really about the relationship. And then the thing that pops in says shared risk, shared responsibility. Because that's the thing that makes the relationship deep, right? Is that we're not risking like safety in the way of, are we locked up in the hospital? Are we in restraints? No, we're not there. We're in a place where we're exploring how deep, how real can this relationship go? And there's an actual formula for that I really want to share with you. So for me, my personal network is my safe place. I hope in the rest of my life, I never end up in any kind of treatment center that retains me and holds me. That being involuntarily held to me is a nightmare, and it's never going to make me feel safe. But instead, I want to create healthier, interconnected relationships and community. That's what keeps me safe. So, oh boy, the Warm Line. This is where I work in Oregon. It's sort of a sister program to the Warm Line that you all have through MHASF, and I'm so grateful for the way we cross-pollinate one another and work together in our core group, looking at how we can learn from each other. But I really loved getting this job where it's all about the relationships and all about practicing this way, your journey. Let us walk with you. So these are the basic principles of IPS. I couldn't get up here without sharing those because to me they're really foundational and important, which is we're not there to help anybody. We're there to come alongside and learn with you. You learn, we learn more because we're together. We're not focusing on an individual or any kind of individual pathology. It's about what can we do in relationship, because nobody's right, nobody's wrong. there's multiple truths and multiple perspectives, and let's get good at holding all of that. Let's not function in a relationship that's based on fear and what we don't want. Let's be in a relationship that is looking for hope and possibilities. What is possible that we didn't see before, but now it is? There's 4 tasks with intentional peer support, and that's like the process we go through on the warm line, but it's just a process that happens in relationships really naturally. We look for the connection. We make that sense of connection, then we start exploring together. How do you experience life that's different from how I experience it, right? Because we're so unique and individual. How do we find that place of mutuality where we're both giving and taking and both involved and committed to the relationship? And when all of that happens, then we find ourselves moving towards, we're suddenly in a place of hope and possibility where we're looking at what do we want to move toward? What do we want next? What do we want more of? So in the traditional system, right, has anybody else been in the traditional mental health system? Sometimes it's kind of scary, right? Safety is defined in terms like liability and risk. When I say risk, I'm not talking about that kind of risk. I'm talking about in peer support, safety is defined through negotiation. That's where you're in the deep end in relationship. It's not just like you bump into each other and you've got an intimate relationship. No, you've got to go through the work to share what's true for you and to hear how you're the same and how you're different and to understand each perspective. But we're looking to see, is our relationship safe? If our relationship's safe, then I have a deep sense of safety. So I should have warned you, I don't know if anybody gets activated by this, but there's like a traditional hospital room. Anything that we notice about this photo? What's that? Yep, there's restraints on the bed, yep. Windowless, camera in the corner, yeah, you guys absolutely, thank you. So that's safe in somebody's terms, but probably not ours. Doesn't feel safe to me. But here's a different kind of safety, relational safety. I'm safe with someone that I love, and my dog is there, and it's green. I'm safe. Woo! Yep, that's the seeking. So, yeah, it's a different take. And you know what? It's really working well. I used to have these cycles where I would end up like in some kind of involuntary treatment every 7, 6, 5 years, and I'm breaking the cycle because I've got this kind of safety. Pretty cool. So see, feel, need. This is really awesome. This is out of the IPS curriculum, and I just want to share it with you because it's one of my favorite tools in that curriculum. And the idea is, if you're in a relationship or you're in a situation and you're not experiencing mutuality, like maybe somebody is just off on something about, in their own personal reality and you're not able to connect with it, see, feel, need is a way to bring the relationship. And it's actually a way to go so much deeper in relationship because I get to, connect first, like get their attention, like we're going to interact here, and think about, what's going on with them that we've gotten like sort of disconnected. But then being able to say what I'm feeling, what I'm seeing, hey, it's really angry about this, but I don't feel like you're even like, I'm not even in the same zone with you. I would really like to hear about this and have us, talk back and forth about this, and so I can actually share it with you. So it's a way of negotiating. How are we going to be in relationship so both people are present and we're not just like leaving one another in the dust? Has anyone seen this before? See, feel, need? Does it remind you of anything else? I don't think I gave a very great example of it, but it's a super useful tool because it happens all the time where you're with someone and suddenly you're disconnected. And even it could be like, say, I'm taking a call on the warm line and the person is really struggling. They're just having such a hard time. They're talking about wanting to end their lives. And I'm getting like kind of worried, but I feel like, you know, I'm not really sure what to say to them. How do I meet them there? And so I can say what I see, feel, need. I can say, wow, you know, I really get that you are really struggling and you're really seriously contemplating this right now. I'm feeling really anxious because I want to connect with you and see what might be other possibilities. Are you willing to talk with me a bit about this? I mean, it's just a way of inserting yourself in the equation so that actually there is mutuality again. If you're talking about this kind of a conversation with someone you know well, you can really name what's going on. I see that, you know, you're feeling this or you're doing this, or I see that you're so anxious, you're like pulling some of your hair out, right? And I feel like I really want to connect with you right now and comfort you, but I'm not sure what you can accept from me right now. So, you know, what I really need is for you to just pause for a second and think about how I can support you. It can look all different kinds of ways, but it's a pretty nifty little formula. This thing about worldview and how different people are, how differently, like, are you familiar with the term worldview? Does that make sense? Like, all the different experiences we have, and there's so many of them, right? I mean, it also involves culture and, you know, socioeconomic stuff and what kind of traumas and what kind of experience with the system and what kind of family support. I mean, millions of so many different things make up our worldview. But what I think is really problematic for people who experience altered states or sometimes different perspectives or worldviews is when we assume like there's one way that a worldview or perspective should look, and every other perspective is, you know, diagnosable. and what I really like to introduce are just these general concepts of, you know, each person has a and a personal perspective. So our reality is what, you know, it's made up of our experiences and our beliefs. And so most of us sort of learn what part of our personal reality is acceptable and which part we kind of have to stick in the back pocket, right? And maybe not highlight in certain settings. And there's, you know, there's pretty good agreement about what our shared reality is, the things that everybody, well, is there any everybody when we talk about people and what we believe, right? But there are ways that of being shared reality is what people generally agree to and we think is normal, right? So it's really helpful to just remove any language around normal or abnormal and think of the two concepts. There's personal reality, what we come to believe or experience, and then there's shared relapse and is much more in common. But, you know, if our worldview is such that perhaps we're a little bit more having a little more personal reality and a little shared reality, it becomes even more important to identify who out there can hold us and embrace us and understand us, right? It becomes a little bit more important to find our tribe. Now, I know find our tribe is like, you know, there's 100 memes for it online. It's kind of pop, I don't know what, but I just think there's a real truth in that, is like, think about who you are and what you need in relationship, and then you can seek it out intentionally. It's not, we might just happen into the people that are just the perfect friends and chosen family, Or we might actually have to like have an intention and seek it out. But either way, it's worth thinking about. What kind of qualities do I want in a relationship? What kind of fundamental values do I want to share with others in these deep relationships? And I think there's on the back side of that handout, there's the circles on one side, and on the other side, there's a space for thinking about this. And I'm gonna just pause for a minute or two to let you think about that. What is important to you that you would like to have recognized and shared in relationship? Thank you so much for holding this space, because there are a few people writing, and that is making my heart sing. Yay! What do we want in relationships? All right. This concept of shared risk, just to recap, it's about vulnerability, being vulnerable enough to risk saying what's really true for you, what's important to you, and what you want. Whoever you are, you deserve that. I know as a woman, there have been lots of times where I've been very hesitant to, just speak out really strongly about things. I'm always like being flexible and fluid. I'm so good at getting along with people. But what is really important to me? I deserve that. So when we can both be vulnerable, we can each say what we see, feel, and need. Then you have a relationship. Especially if we're feeling afraid, that's when the stakes feel a little higher. Boy, am I going to be accepted here? Is it okay that I feel this way? It's just powerful to own our feelings. Focusing on the relationship, we need to be willing to negotiate and create that mutuality, and it really is about growing and learning together over time, and sort of, we show ourselves to be trustworthy of taking that risk when we come back, even if there's been something that's difficult, right? Something that's uncomfortable. Shared risk allows the mutuality to grow and the connection to deepen over time. On finding my tribe, I still have mixed feelings about using this because I think it's a little, but it's just this idea of you find your people, don't hold back, love them. Just enjoy that. Let yourself have that. We deserve it. Do yourself a favor. Whoops. Don't lower your standards to fit in. Don't shrink who you are to make other people comfortable. Do and surround yourself with people who like you just the way you are and who encourage you to keep growing. So support can look in so many different ways. When we have chosen family, we have friends who are at that level, we get support, and we can often get just the kind of support we want because we ask for it. let's do this. I think we have enough time. How about if you are sitting with someone else at a table, is that, yeah, boy, we're sort of spread out, aren't we? I was going to say, maybe just share with another person what support looks like for you, like what kind of support you would hope to have in a friendship or relationship. Don't be shy. Okay, folks, I'm going to bring us back together. Love to see the... So, did anybody think of anything that they want to share? Yeah, absolutely, please. Love to hear you. Trust. Oh, gosh, yes. Yes, we do need trust. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Time and commitment. Absolutely. Like, stick with me. Let's give this a chance. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, please. Yes, authentic acceptance. Just, you can show up however you are. Yeah, I love that. I really appreciate you going through this process with me, and I'm going to ask you to even stretch a tiny bit further to do a little bit of a visioning process with me. I don't know if anyone in the room has done visioning before, and it's maybe a little bit of a reach to think that we can do that in this setting, but I want to invite you to do that. I'm gonna kind of each one of you to either call on your wise self that's within you, or if you believe in a higher power, you can open to a higher power. But however it works for you is totally fine. But I'm just going to ask us to maybe take a breath and kind of get relaxed and present, and just being kind of open to receive what ideas come to us on this. So first, I'm just going to take a deep breath. And let it out, just kind of letting everything just melt down my spine. I can just let my shoulders relax and do it one more time. In and out. All right. Visioning. I'm going to ask us sort of a series of suggestions or questions about what we might want more of in our mutual relationships. But first of all, I just want to say that I do believe that each one of us has a wise self within us, and that we're all connected. And so somewhere within us, we know exactly what we want and need. That's all right there for us. So let's just allow ourselves to relax a little and to just let the answers come. If nothing comes, let it go. There's no right or wrong. What keeps me safe, connected, and alive? What is my wise self's image of myself in relationship? What does that look like? What is my deepest intent for my life and my connections? What is seeking to express in and as me, my life, and my chosen family, my tribe or community? What is my soul most yearning to experience and express in relationship? In order to make room for these relationships, what do I need to release, to heal, or surrender? What does this vision of connection and relationship call upon me to embrace or to become? What must I become? What does my network look like? Does it have a texture, color, a scent? What does it sound like? Is there anything else for me to know in this moment? So I'm going to ask each one of us to thank our wise selves, and then let's just take a moment and jot down any images or ideas that might have come to us. If you haven't already done that, you might want to just jot down if there's any thoughts that kind of crossed your consciousness. Thank you so much. This is a little bit I pulled off the web that I thought was pretty nice from, it's a group called The Mighty, but they are an online support community, and they did a survey with their folks about what people want in relationship. And I thought it might be kind of interesting for us to just take a look at this after thinking about it ourselves and what we want. Some of the things that people offered up that they want in relationship, and this is their comments are sort of geared towards the other person. The other person, they listen first, they validate, they help you grow, they don't tell you how you feel or think. My mic just went off. They're patient, they don't judge, they don't take your struggles personally, they keep their word. Pretty awesome. They don't sugarcoat the truth, they let you drop your guard. Oh, I love dropping my guard. Their goal isn't to fix you. They can empathize, they're okay with silence, they assert their own needs and boundaries. Just an opportunity to think about what it is that people say they need, and then can we bring that into relationship? Can we deliver that? Can we be the friend that people are seeking? I was worried about this fitting in an hour, but I think we're going to have like a long break. What's that? Yeah, I definitely will do Q&A if people have thoughts, and even if people want to share about ideas you have on this topic. I honestly, I just wanted to start exploring it because I think it's so important, and yet we talk about ourselves as professional peer supporters, but we don't often give ourselves a lot of space about how do I support myself with my personal relationships. So thank you, Emily. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Just a couple last slides in closing. This is a group from my team in Oregon, and this is what we came up with as our mission for our program, which is a little different than the agency's mission, but we connect with curiosity and mutual respect to learn, grow, and heal with our community. So, kind of sweet. And that's my contact information. I always try to close whatever I do, if I can, with hope and gratitude, because I think that's what generates more. And there's so much to be grateful for. I personally am very grateful for the personal networks I've had that honestly, I didn't really do a very good job of telling this part of the story, but the last time I had a really big altered state, I was hard to find, and I had a lot of friends and family members who were worried about me, and they started having weekly phone calls to try to figure out how to support me. So I gotta say, I am really blessed because my network has been there for me at the hardest of times, and I'm so grateful. So any thoughts, questions, shares? I'd love for people to share if you're having any thoughts or ideas about this.
Okay. Sharon, you are such a blessing in my life, even though I don't see you all the time. Sharon and I go way back. She was on the committee that selected me to earn the Youth and Young Leadership Award for Alternatives. And what year was it?
2017?
2017.
Yeah.
And you've always been such a gentle person. Your voice is very calm. And I think that's what, makes you such a wonderful light in this pure world. I wasn't here for your entire presentation, but I just, you were such a blessing, and I don't know what I would do without you in my life, even though you're in a different state. So this conference, I'm glad I'm here in this space with you and in this lifetime with you. So keep on doing the work that you do for our peers. I do have a question, though, in regards to the work that you do. While navigating these challenging spaces of coercion, what can peers do? Like, have you ever had to work legislatively to help assist peers with navigating the system, and what can we do as peers to get involved and have our voice heard?
Gosh, Emily, I wish you'd asked me that question like, I don't know, 15 years ago when I was very involved with the California Network of Mental Health Clients, and we did a lot to organize peer voices. Every time there was any kind of bill or anything up that had to do to affect us, we would bring people into Sacramento and organize speakers and really show up in a powerful way. I'm now in Oregon, and I've kind of stepped back from that level of advocacy, so I'm not really the best person to speak to it now. I'm imagining that CAMPRO has a presence that organizes people around legislative activities, but I'm not. What's that? Cal Voices does too. Good. You all tell each other, because honestly, I'm no longer at the front end of that. Go on, Renee.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. So anyway, Sharon, it's a pleasure, as always. I remember when I was just a client coming into the system and going to my first conference and seeing you speak, Sally, the whole crew, peers, POCC, and being inspired by those soldiers, and, eventually down the line becoming hired by the county of San Mateo as a peer support worker, going on 20 years plus now, getting ready to retire pretty soon.
Woohoo! Long time.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Hope and the gratitude that ended in this, your presentation was awesome. Talking with the young lady that I want to say she's not here, but she's stepped away, I guess. But anyway, me and her had a conversation, and we got a little bit loud. Thank you for letting us know we was too loud over there. As I have evolved as a beautiful soul, that I've always had a lot of people around me, a lot of support, but as time has ventured forward, a lot of my family and friends have transitioned, you know, and I'm kind of like solo out here now. So during the pandemic, I developed this love relationship with myself, and I've learned to be my best friend. I learned to be that missing piece that's no longer here, like my sister, my grandmother, all these important people that supported me through my journey of wellness and recovery. So I now have developed a special love relationship with Miss Renee, and that's what's been keeping me moving forward today, is having that relationship with myself and all those components and those pieces. So I had examples, and I hear their voices, you know, around me, and so I just wanted to share that, because that's where I'm at right now with myself, is building a relationship with me. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you, Renee.
And
So
also continues to build the relationships around, still in my community and in my surroundings. So.
Absolutely. Honestly, that was the missing piece in this presentation, I think, because you really can only build those healthy, amazing relationships as you continue to develop your relationship with yourself. So that needed to be said, and I'm so glad you brought that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate you so much. Bless you.
Give you a second to receive your blessings. Yes. Sharon, thank you so much again for joining us here. I'm so glad. I know as a former Californian, you've made such an impact already on the work that we do here, and I just appreciate you so much in our Warmline National Leaders Group. Your breadth of experience, and I think that you said this, Emily, that just the calm fortitude that you bring to our work is really just so important in our movement and in any movement building. I think that I've heard from you so many times that with or without funding, with or without legislative support or national support or recognition, peers do continue to provide love and family and community and support to each other, and have in so many different communities. That perseverance is continuing to remind us that yes, like we are failing, and we're failing up, and we're doing all these things, and also like we've got us, and we need to continue to focus on getting us without any or all the external resources that we might dream of. And also, it does not hurt to dream.
Oh yeah.
I didn't ask in our Warmline panel yesterday, but I'm wondering if I can ask you to reprise this question from the national group, that if you had just $1 million check dropped into your Warmline lap today, what would you do with that fund? What would that look like for the transformative nature of your work?
$1 million check would allow us to grow what we're doing now by 50%. So I want to say this, I'm all about personal relationships that we can have to nurture peers who give and who are exposed to trauma constantly, and keeping ourselves strong and well even when we're in really tough situations. But don't think that I am not about getting the money for peers to do the work that we can and need to be doing. So I'm pretty, I will fight hard. I will, do immaculate report to get the money, because we need to have the money. They're spending millions and millions of dollars on a medical system that does not really provide the kind of support that people in crisis need. So, today I wanted to focus on our personal relationships as sort of an adjunct to the work that we do. But I also am up there in Oregon using everything I learned by working from like work that I got to do here in California. I am using that to make sure that we have impeccable records and we do quality peer support, and we're going to keep getting that funding. If there's anything that I can possibly do, I'm going to make it happen. So
thank you again, Sharon. I want everyone to get an opportunity to witness you. You're reminding right now of like folks to be able to get to feel you in your lion power also. This like yeah, and also this is worth defending, and we really need to get information together and make sure that we're supporting each other's efforts to demand the resources that we deserve for this work, for that work, for all the work that we determine, and we have been saying for decades now, is less harmful than the systems that exist right now, is more generative.
oh, yeah.
Again, we're just so glad to have you here. We're so glad to be in community and mutuality with you. I think that might be a good, oh, we've got more at the, great. Joy, come on into the other mic.
What a breath of fresh air. You are magnificently, astonishingly beautiful. I am very taken by your presentation today, although I was distracted a few times. One of the highlights of the conference. And let's applaud that, everybody. And I took down your information. I will be in touch with you. And yes, we need warriors, and I use that word vigorously. It is very important to stand up for your rights as a human being. And only warriors win. We can never give up. We must fight. I made it to this age, and I'm piggybacking on what you said about I found out my best friend is myself, me,
Yes.
myself, and I. And I had to go through many decades to figure out who me, myself, I was becoming. And if I only knew about this 50 years ago, I would have really been a kick-ass warrior. But I'm doing it now, and now is never too late.
It's not too late.
We can never give up. No matter how old we are, we still have our mind and our body and our soul, and we cannot deal with this ageism BS going on because you're too old for this and you're too old for that. Well, not this woman, and
That's
I'm rocking into my mid-70s, and I ain't giving up now. Thank you very much. All my love.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful. Well, I see that we have 60 seconds. I just want to say thank you so much for trusting me to guide us through this kind of reflective process, and I really appreciate your willingness to check it out, and I'll probably continue to refine this and offer it again. So, yeah, thank you so much.
We're just going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with our next breakout session on stage. Thank you so much. At 2:55. Thank you, Juan.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the last breakout session of the day. Welcome back. This is Redefining Crazy 2024. It's the system, not the people. So the last breakout session is coming from the Department of Education and Innovation from the Training Institute program, and it will be on language matters and how important it is in our services. Jalen and Katie will introduce themselves. Please give them a round.
Hi, thanks everyone for coming to our presentation today, hosted by MHASF on Language Matters. My name is Katie Lau, and I'm the training coordinator for MHASF Warmline, and
I am Jalen Valdez. I am the Training Institute Assistant Manager.
And we both have extensive experience providing trainings as peers for peer supporters and agencies who serve community members. Today, we will be addressing why language holds such importance in peer work and recovery and support. All right, so before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the land upon which we stand. For thousands of years, the place now called the Bay Area has been the home of the Ohlone, Miwok, Kashiapomo, Mishawawapo, Ama, Mutsun, and Patwins tribes and bands. We acknowledge that for 10,000 years, people lived in harmony on these lands. I ask you to join me in acknowledging their people, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. Most of the institutions for which we work must also acknowledge that they were founded upon exclusions and erasures of many indigenous peoples. This acknowledgement demonstrates a commitment to begin the process of working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. If you want to learn more, please check out the link listed here. Okay. And then we would like to share some guidelines for our discussion to better facilitate an inclusive and safe space. These include one diva, one mic. We happen to have 2 mics, but it means one voice at a time. Focus on listening to understand. What's shared in this room stays in this room. Embracing others' perspectives, using nonviolent communication and I statements, safe space, and making space for others to speak if you feel like you've been speaking a little bit more. And of course, self-care is key. You are totally encouraged to step away or take care of yourselves in however you feel fit. So these are the overarching goals for our session: to understand the concepts behind inclusive, empowering language, to learn how to implement language that honors the unique lived experiences of each person, and to learn to incorporate recovery-oriented language in our everyday lives. MHASF trainings deal with real issues we face as people with lived experiences and as supporters to our community. Because of this, we may touch on subjects that can bring up difficult thoughts or feelings. We may cover topics such as mental health conditions, homelessness, suicidality, trauma, and more. Participation in our training is voluntary. You will never be expected to share anything you don't want to. You are always welcome to take care of yourself in any way you need to. Okay, so what is recovery-focused language? When used indiscriminately, words can create barriers, misconceptions, stereotypes, and labels that are difficult to overcome. Labels can promote separateness and isolation while promoting hierarchical power differentials. This is from Colleen Voljak. Right, so using recovery-focused language isn't about memorizing a list of correct or incorrect words. It's about understanding a set of core values that prioritize lived experiences of mental health challenges, personal expertise over the traditional medical model. And what does that look like? So under recovery, that it looks different from person to person, and that recovery is possible, and that we focus on self-determination. Each person determines what recovery looks like for them, what works best for them, and there's no one-size-fits-all way to pursue recovery, nor are there external definitions of what wellness or recovery should look like. Empowerment, the choices we make about language support personal choice and independence, which are both vital to self-empowerment. For lived expertise, each person is the expert on their own experience. Nobody knows what you've been through or what you are going through better than you do. You now know how to process your emotions and handle stressors better than anyone else would know. Diversity, there are many different and equally valid experiences of mental health challenges. Similarly, there are many ways to use recovery-focused language. All right, so now we go on to understanding stigma. We can use a very simple definition for stigma, a negative belief about a group of people. What are some examples of groups of people who may be targets of stigma? We have a few of those examples here, based on race and age, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, education, disability, religion, size or weight, class or socioeconomic status, and many more. Any of these can also impact and be impacted by mental health, which can compound stigma. Dr. Patrick Horrigan, a leader in mental health stigma, reaffirmed the dynamics between stigma, prejudice, and discrimination that we might already know to be true from our lived experience. This flowchart highlights how stigmatizing beliefs create foundations for prejudicial attitudes, which can lead to discriminatory action. For example, one belief may be that people with mental health challenges are violent. In truth, we as peers in mental health are statistically more likely to be victims of violence than to be perpetrators of it. If I believe that people with mental health challenges are violent, I will likely develop the attitude that I should protect myself, my loved ones, and my community members from dangerous people. That attitude is prejudice. Once I have developed that attitude, it's a short step to putting it into action, such as lobbying for legislation that would restrict the rights of those with mental health challenges or even mandate that they undergo treatment. The use of stigmatizing language can be a way of distancing ourselves from things we don't understand or don't want to understand. And what are some examples of this kind of language? These include, and is not an exhaustive list, crazy, nuts, psycho, order, paranoid, committed suicide, being non-compliant, in denial, low functioning. So there's various models to look at here. The stigmatized model focuses on character deficits, punishment, and reinforcing systems of power. The medical model upholds medical expertise, diagnosing, and trying to find. Every model tries to answer what happened to you. We're focusing on individual strengths, personal autonomy, and self-knowledge. Stigmatizing language not only erodes self-esteem directly, but it also encourages the community to look upon those who are stigmatized with less regard and lowered expectations, which in turn impacts the and resources. Okay. So for recovery-focused language, we can focus on choosing language and speaking to others in ways that are respectful of people as experts on their own experiences, respectful of diversity of experiences, that is descriptive, not prescriptive, and that is strengths-based and positive. Language is seldom neutral. It is infused with meaning, power, and status. Language can be a powerful ideological tool that embodies assumptions about how our world is ordered and how it may be changed. And respect is the foundation of empowering recovery-focused language. So, what is the purpose of recovery-focused language? We honor someone's experiences and their unique experiences. We seek to describe an experience, not to define them. We aim to help someone best communicate what they mean to others. It is inclusive, and it operates from the perspective that we can use principles to make informed personal choices about what language we want to use in a variety of circumstances. We want to highlight capacity and strength, using the language that best aligns with our peers and how they use them in their experiences. All right. So this is a table that shows commonly used medical terminology and the suggestions for recovery-based alternatives. For example, instead of saying treatment resistant, we can say they're considering other options. Another example is instead of saying suicidal ideation, they can say that they're experiencing mental health challenges related to suicide, suicidal thoughts or feelings. So, does anyone know what we mean by person-first language? Person-first language is language that frames someone's experiences by putting the word person in front of the description. For example, you can say, this person is someone who has schizophrenia, instead of saying they are schizophrenic or is a schizophrenic. What may be the benefits of expressing an experience that way, or any downsides? Since the early 2000s, person-first language has been recommended language framework in the behavioral health community as the dialogue has shifted towards a more humanizing experience of disability. And you may have heard, you are not your illness, you're a person first. At the same time, some peers identify strongly with certain descriptors or language and impacts how they perceive and relate to the world. Some advocates in the deaf and autistic communities have highlighted how using language that identifies people by their disability should not call their humanity into question, and that could inadvertently further stigma. Still, other peers may default to using identity-first language because they were never offered alternatives. Ultimately, each of us deserve to know that we have choices when it comes to talking about what we've been through and what style works best for them. In some situations, person-first language can be better, less stigmatizing choice, such as when speaking about a group of people. But when you speak about an individual's experiences, don't make assumptions about how they identify, and be sure to ask if you're not sure.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, we can give it up. Yeah. All right. So, descriptive and versus prescriptive language. So, when it comes to using recovery-focused language, we really want to focus on describing, not prescribing. And the easiest way for me to sort of think about it is this image. So language can often be prescriptive, which means it's coming from that medical model where someone is labeling, someone is diagnosing based on a set of like DSM, for example, is like prescriptive. There's a definition, there's a diagnosis, and there's it's all from medical research terminology. But in peer world, when we're thinking about our stories and we're thinking about our relationships with our own challenges and barriers, it is often more than just that label. It can often be more descriptive. And we all have different challenges or different realities that we face when it comes to our mental health challenges that don't just look like regular descriptive labels. So when you're thinking about the difference between descriptive and prescriptive, you can often think that description is like a definition. It's your own written definition. It's your own story. It's your own truth. And so it's important for us to understand why it's important to use descriptive language. So let's say if I say to a room of 20 people that I have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, they're gonna think of like at least 20 different definitions of what that is or what that means. But if I say I have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and for me, that means I hear voices persecuting me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in my sleep. For years, it's been really hard for me to focus or concentrate. I've lost a lot of my life. It's been challenging in areas of my education, my family, my friends. But ever since I began my mental health journey, and in this field, I found the kind of support and treatment that I need to recover. And it's taken a process. And so because I'm describing this story to you, suddenly you folks may know more about my experience, what it's like. And I can be more confident that what I mean and what I intend is the message that you're receiving. And so when you're thinking about your own personal journey and your own examples, think about how you would describe your own experience of mental health challenges. The more you personally identify with the example, the more effective your story will be when you relate to other people or when you're being an ally to others in the peer world, in your personal life, and also in your field. So let's take a look at some examples of prescriptive versus descriptive. So here's some common examples of prescriptive language around mental health challenges. And let's try to make them more descriptive. So for instance, she is schizophrenic versus descriptive, she identifies herself as a voice hearer. She, whoever this person, this individual, is now self-labeling them or is giving you more of a description of what they're experiencing. This provides autonomy, this provides choice, and choice is good. Remember that there are a lot of great ways to say different things. This isn't a matter of being right or wrong or knowing what to say. Rather, it's how you're presenting your story that's effective. And another example is Javier committed suicide. We want to remove that medical terminology and move to descriptive language. Javier died by suicide, or Javier took his own life. Versus another example, the client is non-compliant. I know many of us have heard this language before. This is a very harmful language. When you're saying someone is non-compliant, you're not allowing that person to have autonomy or dignity in whatever state that they're in. Versus descriptive language, you can say, Angela has chosen to take alternative treatments. In my experience, this has been better language because this makes me feel included in my decisions. And when we're thinking about this, we think about our own recovery, we think about our own journeys, we think about how effective it is to be validated in our responses. Think about how good we feel when we feel affirmed by a provider or by an ally when we're sharing our story or describing our experiences. So that's why we want to use descriptive language. We want to move from something that's being less effective in the prescriptive way, move to something more effective in descriptive language. So this is an activity we typically do, and it's looking at switching language. And this is obviously very similar to the examples prior, but these examples really look at that deficit-based language, and that's saying the glass half empty versus the glass half full. So here, number one, a schizophrenic, a borderline. To me, that just gives me like the cringe. Like this to me is deficit-based language because this is not person first. An example is an addict, a junkie, a clinical case manager, frontline staff, substance abuse or abuser, suffering from, or a treatment team. And you may be asking yourself, are these really deficit-based? And I'm going to show you some alternatives. Strength-based language can look like this. So it can be recovery-oriented. So a person diagnosed with schizophrenia who experiences the following, and that's when you would describe what you're experiencing. Again, as Katie touched on this is person-first language. You're placing the person before their diagnosis or their mental health challenge. Number two, a person diagnosed with an addiction that experiences the following, right? Person first again. We're not labeling them as a junkie. They are not an addict. Again, they are a person that has experience with addiction. Clinical case manager. Instead, we want to use language like recovery coach, service coordinator, service provider, frontline staff, in the trenches, right? This seems like they're going out to war, they're battling. Who are they battling, right? And the question is who? So instead, we want to use language like direct care, support staff. That's more positive, strength-based. A person with an I think it's addiction, not addition, typo there. Person with an addiction to substances versus substance abuse or abuser. Again, substance use interferes with a person's life. Again, their life is more valuable than the abuse, right? So we're placing the person before their challenge. Suffering from, instead you want to use language like working to recover from, experiencing or living with. Our treatment team, we have recovery team, support team. Again, this outlines that positive strength examples of language. And so you can sort of think about the work that you do, and you can sort of think about your personal life and think about the language that you use. Do you fall into the category of using deficit-based language? Or are you starting to use some of that strength-based? And if you are using deficit-based language, in which ways can you change to make strength-based language? Again, I'm not here to tell you what is wrong or what is right, but it is important to make good choices and remembering that words are our truth. They are the way that we connect. They're the way that we build community. And so when we use strength-based language, this connects us to others, and this makes us more supportive of the peers around us. All right, facilitating language change. So we've made the decision to change the language we use to talk about mental health challenges, to make it less stigmatizing and more inclusive and descriptive. But old habits die hard, and we need to accept that. Even with the best intentions, we're going to slip up from time to time. And oftentimes when we're doing these trainings, a lot of people that we train in the community often ask, mistake. And it's important to know that even when we're going to slip up, we might be the only ones who notice it, but sometimes we're not. Many of us have experienced the uncomfortable feeling of having our mistakes pointed out, if you've been mislabeled, if you've been misnamed, even to a name, inadvertently, right? Causing an offense, an unintended offense. It can be challenging to respond appropriately in that moment, so let's take the opportunity here today to plan for and to practice what to do when we do slip up. And so reclaiming language. And so when we think about reclaiming language, it can be a very ongoing process. And it is often very generational. And so in history, we've had many movements. Queer movement, the Black movement, civil rights movement. There's a lot of reclaiming language that happens around these movements. And reclaiming words have been used against us and can be part of our own recovery process for many individuals. Reclaiming language can diffuse hurt into power, and it can restore power to the hands of those whose language often has been very harmful historically. And so when we reclaim language, it can be that power restoration. We need to be very careful when we use reclaimed language that we don't give others tacit permission to use stigmatizing language. An individual or group can use words like mad, crazy, or nuts, and I'm sure we've heard an array of different languages or words in the mental health world or outside of that world, that even with a clear conscience, we know that these words can be used as weapons. Those of us who reclaim stigmatizing language need to be prepared to educate or explain why we choose to use positive language and why we have reclaimed these words in our communities so that they empower us and that they move these movements into a And so when thinking about our language, consider our thoughts, feelings, facts, and information. And beyond that, we need to be reflective of our practice and ask ourselves these questions. How will someone else read or hear this? Do I give a sense of hope, an opportunity, or a sense of pessimism? Do I convey an awareness or an expectation of recovery? Awesome. Integrating a person-centered approach. So Katie touched on that peer model. Peer model uses language that is descriptive. It connects us to active listening. Are we giving that person our undivided attention? Are we listening? Are we physically showing in our tone of voice, in our gestures? Are we responsive and adaptive to each individual that we interact with and we work with? Are we recognizing challenges when individuals use stigmatizing language themselves? When do we call that out? When do we correct them? When do we educate? When do we offer that? And it can be often difficult, especially when we often are always correcting individuals in their language. But here's a reminder to take a deep breath, to remember that you are the expert of your own experience, of your own lived experience, and to ground yourself in this statement and in your own experience. And you want to give examples of alternative language. Give them some good examples, some language, some actual hard examples so that they can take that and go on into the world. And as always, take care of yourself. Remember, I always say that it's hard, pick your battles, but it's really important to always take care of yourself. And when there becomes a battle and exchange of information that may be too much out of your control, then I would stop to think about, am I getting upset here? Is this person hearing me? Is this language that I'm sharing with them going to be impactful, or is this sort of a dead end? And sometimes we often come to that point where maybe this person is not using or accepting the language that we want them to use. But most of the time, we're going to face this challenge, and people are going to be very receptive of you educating them in your story and in the language that you choose. And when we're thinking about phrases centering your lived experience, think about how it feels. So that kind of language is hurtful to me. It's cut off. I've changed the words I used to talk about because it's upsetting for me. So focusing on that feeling often makes us allies, because sometimes folks need to hear about how it really feels when you use that language that is hurtful. And so what do I do if someone tells me I said something stigmatizing? Take a breath, allow the person to experience their own, or allow that person to be the expert of their own experiences. If it's appropriate, ask them for more information, ask them for more questions. Why? What did I say wrong? What should I say instead? And then also thank that person for their honesty and their vulnerability. It takes a lot to share, to educate, to describe their story. So I always thank someone for opening up, for giving me a chance to understand who they are. That is the connection. And so what happens when I slip up? The principles come from actually cognitive behavioral therapy, otherwise known as CBT. When we say a word or a phrase and we've made an intention to change it, we must first catch it by noticing what we've said. Then we want to check it. by remembering our alternatives. Finally, we want to change it by using the new word or phrase. So, for example, if I use the phrase commit suicide, which is often really is said in our outside community, I might say, oops, I realize I just said he committed suicide or they committed suicide. And I know how stigmatizing that word is because it implies that suicide is a crime or a sin. Instead, I'm going to use he died by suicide or they died by suicide. So depending on the situation, this can be done conversation. It can be done privately or internally. The point is not to make a big deal out of every slip of the tongue, but to be aware of the power of language and how we use it. And it's our jobs to be proactive about changing it for the better. And so there's this rule here, it's a 3 times rule. So to help you practice, in your mind, you repeat that phrase you like to say 3 times in your head. And for example, if you misgendered someone, you want to repeat that 3 times in order to get that right. And that's from CBT, there's studies around this. So after this, if you ever have a slip up, try to practice that. This is a really good rule. And as people with lived experience, again, we are experts ourselves. We don't like stigma. We know it hurts people. We know that words can inflict pain. It can reactivate. It can be traumatizing. We want to change that. And by changing the way we speak about our challenges and our experiences, we're not only changing the way we think about them, but about the world, about how the world sees us, about how we present ourselves. And so some key things to remember is that recovery should be encouraging and inspiring and helpful. It should focus on our strengths and possibilities. It should focus on our challenges and challenge those stereotypes and stigma. And again, it should be person-focused. And then I like this statement here. We have the right to choose the words to describe our lives and experiences. We can tell others, our families, our friends, about how these words mean, how they hurt us. And we can use language to reflect our belief in ourselves and our resilience, and also our humanity. And this is a quote that me and Katie both really decided on, that this really holds truth and meaning for us, that language creates reality. Words have power. Speak always to create joy. And I always say, speak always to create community, because as peers, we are allies. And in our personal journeys and in my journey, the way that words can bridge communities, it can eliminate stigma, and it is essentially a part of a larger community outside of ourselves. So when we think about language, think about our impact, think about what it means for us, and what it means for others. And here's some information, of course, to connect more about our programs here at mentalhealthsf.org, and also calling this number to speak to a counselor, speak to Warm Line. Here's a reference list. We thank you, everyone, for being here. And remember, change your words and change the world. Does anyone have any questions? Huh?
25, because we started at 55.
Oh, we still have time. Oh, we have a lot of time left.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm asking the question, I'm not challenging.
Oh, absolutely.
Why mental health challenges rather than mental health disability? I'm very curious about that word.
Mental health challenges versus mental health disabilities?
Right.
I personally haven't heard mental health disabilities. I don't see any. I think if that's the way that you describe your challenges or barriers, I would say that's an appropriate language to use. I think it's still, you know, I would say in terms of labeling, if you're labeling yourself that you have a mental health disability, you can use that word. I think universally people say challenge because it is like an umbrella of a lot of disabilities, challenges, and barriers that can impact mental health. And so commonly, and even in literature, challenges is a more commonly used word. But when we talk about self-labeling and identity, if you prefer to I guess to explain your mental health disability, that's an appropriate term. For someone else, I wouldn't say like, oh, your mental health disability, because that can kind of go along the lines of ableism for that other person. So challenge is a more neutral term. Any other questions? I didn't realize we had so much time. I was going through it. Yes. Oh, thank you, Juan.
What happened? Hello? Yeah, okay. I really appreciate what you say. I really do. I think that it depends because, you know, I mean, talking about ableist language and the education around languages is something that I do. And so I kind of disagree with what you say. Again, I think that it's good that everybody get to kind of use the word, you know, as someone with disability, you know, we always encourage people because the word challenges to me is a very negative term. So again, there's no right or wrong. I'm just curious about how people see it and how we use it. And of course, self-labeling, you know, like you know, some people use person first language. Some people use different. You know, I'm someone who is blind. I can say that, right? But not everybody's gonna say that. So, yeah, just want to say that. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that actually brings up a very good point. And in literature, there was one reference about, I think it was the disability community actually, and they were stating in the same sort of terms that it's okay for me to say I have this instead of using more person-first language. I do think that that's appropriate because that's like your sort of community and understanding. It is challenging because language can mean so much to there's culturally lens, there's like trauma-informed lens, right? And how we connect, and there's sort of, yeah, language is difficult because language is always evolving, and there's so many different communities that prefer a certain word or phrase. And so, for instance, in, you know, the disability community, I hear that and respect that, so I would use that terminology. And so I appreciate you sharing that with me because then I can, you know, in connection, in telling your story, I would then label you as someone with a mental health disability. I think in certain spaces, a lot of people don't like it's been a challenge as well because some folks feel like I don't fall into that category, or I don't find myself having that same relationship with a disability. And so I think the default is like a challenge, and some people don't agree with that either. But I think sometimes in language, we can have that shared understanding of like different groups are gonna have different languages, and it's okay to ask. It's okay to have that educational conversation. And what's appropriate for one community may not be appropriate for another. But I think the mental health space is it's ever growing and changing, that it's our job to really have like, what language is gonna be the best. And I can think about even in like, historically different language that no longer represents that those words. I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, oh my gosh, the R word, right? And for so long, I've actually heard that just recently. And for so long, that was in our DSM, like in our DSM, you know? That was a diagnosis. And for the R word, people are like, what is that? In the DSM, mental retardation was a diagnosis. It's still being used.
In the medical community.
Yeah.
Oh, is this on? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It is on. I thought it
But
was off.
I see a couple hands.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna go to you. Oh, okay. You got the mic though. I'll get to you. Apologies.
I was wondering if you could describe a little more. You mentioned that when a mistake is made, to repeat it 3 times. So could you talk more? You said it was CBT or DB, whatever.
Yeah, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Yeah, in some research in CBT, in order for you to like memorize something, they say the 3 times rule. So like if you, let's say like remember someone's name, they say like say it 3 times, like repeat it 3 times and you'll remember. And so it's like a trick to use. If you are slipping up and you're saying, let's say you're misgendering someone, to say it 3 times to yourself. Catch it, check it, change it. 3 times rule. Like repeat it to yourself 3 times in order for you to remember, or just keep practicing. Studies say 3 times. I say 3 times in practice. Yeah, that's a great question. Yes.
Hey, so just to kind of talk on the disability thing a little bit, I think we talk about that in like medical model language, and so that's where that comes from. And I know our keynotes touched on it yesterday, but where does science and evidence-based practices come from? Like that naturally comes from white supremacy and like systemic injustice. And so a lot of those medical terms don't feel good to a lot of people. But it would be like me identifying my pronouns. So if I were going like, hey, hi, my name is Heather, like my pronouns are she, her, hers. But think about if someone is they, she, or she, they, like you want to respect how they're identifying themselves. And so if you as a person who has a disability is okay identifying like that, that's great. But not everybody does. And so I think maybe as a general rule, like keeping it more neutral is probably the best way to go.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And along those same lines, I agree. I think we in the community, I think there's always going to be a little bit of polarization in some of the words that we use. You know, I can say like I prefer not person first language, and some folks really don't like person first language. But generally speaking, in most communities, person first language is better, right? And so, as you mentioned, I think it's better to have more of these general terms just to kind of encapsulate and be more general than it is. And then when we talk to people on individual levels, to have some of that conversation in that individual self-label. And I think that shares that humanity of like, okay, thank you for sharing that with me. And for now on, that's how I will, see you and show up for you as. I think oftentimes, our language is, we only have so much language, and we kind of choose the words that are just as general as possible, and then from there, we can sort of have more of an individual approach over time.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing, like in relation to that. So there can be a level of discomfort as we're changing our language. So like, for example, I'm queer identifying, my kid is also, and they were throwing around using the pronoun it, and the first time I heard that, I felt a very visceral reaction to that. but they wanted to reclaim that, right? But you were talking about reclaiming language, and that's okay for them to do if that is what the pronoun they want to like start exploring or start using is. And I think this is kind of in the same vein. Like if I want to use something that's self-identifying for me, that's great.
Right.
But I also don't want to assume someone else wants me to identify them that way.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for sharing. Yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to language can be, especially deficit-based language like that, can be very harmful and hurtful. And when we do reclaim language, we need to think about what is the root of that? Like, why is someone being hurt? Like, why is that language we're saying being hurtful? And do we even want to reclaim that language? Or do we want to remove that altogether and relabel ourselves? And that is how we define, and that's how we show up for ourselves. And I would say when it comes to reclaiming language, a lot of times it's made in a community base, right? We all decide that this is the language we want to empower ourselves. Name calling, hurtful, harassing language, violent language, racist language, all that is that to me is not something that we can decide and think if it's good or bad. It's bad. And so in that case, like saying those words, that's awful and hurtful. And so in that case, we want to remove that language. No one wants to be called that. And so it is important to have that conversation and think about how words can be harmful and hurtful and what language we can use instead. So thank you for sharing. Does anybody have any more questions? Let's have a
Thank you for bringing this topic to the platform, because I think sometimes we don't realize how impactful language is. It crosses all backgrounds, and sometimes we think we're being inclusive, but actually we are being separatist in terms of how we speak to each other, especially in mental health, where often many feel isolated, and acknowledging that if someone says the language that you're using is not effective with me, to honor that and respect it. So thank you for bringing this platform.
Absolutely. Thank you, Avanel. Yes, and you know how important language is, because it bridges stories, it bridges community. And so, language is again, it is something that's always evolving, and in certain communities, what works now may not work in 10 years from now. And it's our job as a community to decide what words we choose to use, which words we get rid of.
I have an example.
Yes.
Oh, I have a fun example. MHASF used to have mental hygiene as part of as the name, and that used to be the terminology used in legislation, to promote mental hygiene. And then eventually mental disorder and illness, and then now we talk about mental health concerns as opposed to like a mental diagnosis. So it's like slowly, like there were things that we used at the time because that was the language that we felt was like able to best describe the community or describe the movement. But eventually we transitioned into new language and then new language over time. So it also calls for some adaptability and flexibility, because I'm sure in like 10 or 20 years there'll be something different too, and it grows. So
yeah, it's definitely, and I was just, when you mentioned that example, I can think of a lot of examples too, like in our work and trainings, right? Language is really important, because when we're training community providers, we also want to make sure that they have the language, the tools. And one thing that we actually had a discussion about in our recent training was like using the word suicidal ideation. And for many, many, many organizations and mental health groups still use that terminology. Instead, we've kind of come together as a community, and instead we use suicidal thoughts or feelings. And there's many, many examples in our work, but it really shows how words do evolve. And like you said, just being flexible and adaptable and having these discussions, I think, create a more sense of like knowledge and awareness of how we use our words and what words to use. And if there's any, yes, go for it.
I should speak my mind as well. No, I'm kidding. I also do really appreciate you all, sharing this information, specifically, doing peer-to-peer support, not being professional, counselors, therapists, etc. Because for us, understanding the way people have experiences with mental health, it's about destigmatization. The basis of mental health is not just having a diagnosis or labeling ourselves as like we are our diagnosis. It's about speaking on what we are experiencing, because everyone that has schizophrenia or any other mental, illness or disability, or their experience is going to be different. So, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there's any more questions or comments. Alrighty. Doesn't look like there's any more, so we'll go ahead and end it. We thank you folks so much. Thank you. Yay.
Hello, everybody. I am Peter from the Mental Health Association of San Francisco. My pronouns are he and him, and welcome to the final keynote for our event today. We're really glad to have Hip Hop for Change joining us to close things out. If you were here last night at the networking event, they were really great. And today we've got Marlon Richardson joining us, who's, I forget, Marlon, what's your title? Director of Education. and who's going to tell us about his story and also the story of Hip Hop for Change. And just want to say thanks to everybody for showing up and supporting the event. And it's been great to be able to get together. And I feel like I'm addressing a lot of our team, our staffs. So good job, team. And we'll be applauding everyone as we go. But anyway, I'm really proud to be part of the agency. I've been with the agency for 9 years and started on the warm line. And I totally believe in peer recovery and what it stands for. And now I'm the outreach guy. So, and this is Elvis, who a lot of you met. Elvis is my steady companion right now. Hey, Elvis. So, without further ado, I want to say a few words about Hip Hop for Change. We are the revolution you have been waiting for. Hip Hop for Change, Inc. uses grassroots activism to educate people about socioeconomic injustices and advocate solutions through hip-hop culture, raising funds for local causes that enrich marginalized and historically oppressed communities. So please welcome Marlon Richardson.
Keep the applause going for yourselves for showing up. Go ahead, yeah. Self-love is the best kind of love. And when we talk about mental health, I think it's important to talk about self-love and really like get that out there in the conversation. But if it's okay with you all, I want to start this entire session with the rap verse that I wrote. Is that okay? Since we're talking about hip hop, it could be a cappella, so don't worry about it. But we'll do it like this. From the land of illegal search and seizure, gotta work to earn your leisure, where they pray for Jesus when the world is burning fever, where the truth can still deceive you, what doesn't hurt you can free you, where every Instagram influencer ain't really your leader. I'm here now. Take a minute, really listen and put your beard down. I turned the other cheek and faced death, had to stare down. Spent too many years ignorant, I'm aware now. The system is scared now, my vision is clear now. Removing my blockages, in my 40s rapping, still I'm feeling like a college kid. Didn't have a pot to piss, still I have a lot to give. Strictly for my people, what you hear is my Tupacalypse. Tell me, are you watching this? What I say is iconic, raised where crack cocaine was part of our Reaganomics, and nothing really changes. Politicians stay demonic. I'm ready to leave the planet because my brain is a rocket. I'm the plug, the light in the socket. I'm wired like fiber optic, psychic or psychotic. Rocking the line as Morris said. Is it ironic? My abilities bionic. I'm illmatic and the chronic. Either way, I astonish, but people will never recognize a dime until it's polished. Moved in with my brother, I was dropping out of college. Now I'm the people's professor, teaching you to do the knowledge. Make some noise. All right, we're lit. We're warmed up. Once again, my name is Marlon Richardson, and I am the Education Director and Acting Executive Director of Hip Hop for Change. We are a nonprofit based out of Oakland, California. We've been around 10 years, and we specialize in teaching kids the true foundational principles and history of hip-hop culture as a healthy form of self-expression, as a form of community empowerment, and all of those things. So you're going to go with me on this cute, amazing little presentation I put together that combines my personal story, the history of hip-hop, and what we're seeing in the landscape as it relates to mental health, mental illness, wellness, and all of the things. Like Peter was as kind as to talk about, this is our mission statement, right? It's a very long, grown-up way of saying that we're using hip-hop to empower ourselves and empower the communities that we're coming from and empower young people who are on the verge of understanding their own identities. A little bit about myself. I'm a proud New Yorker, born and raised in New York in the height of what I call the golden era of hip hop. So I'm an 80s baby. I was in high school in the 90s, and I was literally able to see all the iconic artists of our time within hip hop culture grow up. And I think that had a lot to do with my upbringing and the way that I came into my own awareness of things. But like the screen says, I'm an MC, I'm a beat maker, I'm a producer, hip-hop educator, overall hip-hop creative, and I go by the artist name Unlearn the World. This is more of a mission statement than it is anything else. It's a constant reminder to myself to break down societal conditioning, more particularly the conditioning that I've accepted or I've agreed to about myself and people like me. I grew up in Washington Heights, New York. I am a Afro-Latino, Black-identifying young boy from that neighborhood. What's unique about my story is that from 0 to 13 years old, I was raised by a woman who was white and Jewish. Now, the reason why this is important is because I spent a lot of my very formative years being the only person of color in predominantly white spaces. That gave me a sense of hyper-awareness that then ended up helping me throughout the course of my life, right? Trying to understand why certain things were done or said around me or not said around me, understanding or trying to understand why people had more of affinity to my lighter-skinned younger brother than myself, right? Just seeing the way that people would navigate around me because of my own blackness. I didn't identify my own blackness, the world identified it for me. And it got to a point that through hip hop, I owned it. And it became one of my superpowers. So I approach this work not only as a lover of hip hop, but as a person who is in debt to what hip hop did for me. As a kid who grew up not only in this very unique experience, but in a neighborhood that was riddled with poverty, with crime, right? A lot of those misdeeds being committed by people in my own family. Being involved in a family that had a lot of drug use, drug selling, alcohol abuse, domestic abuse, all of these things. And it wasn't until I was an adult and actually starting to do this work in hip hop education where I was educated into the very concept of trauma and to the concept of fight or flight response. And when I fully understood trauma and what it does to the brain, and when I fully understood fight or flight, it explained my entire academic career. It explained why classmates of mine would flash at the teacher for being called out or singled out in a classroom. It explained why kids were so quick to fight each other in certain environments, right? It gave me an understanding of my normalized dysfunction. And I normalized dysfunction because for me, it was commonplace for these things to happen. I would watch the movie Goodfellas and I was like, that's like my family. Not recognizing that this is not the normal experience of most well-adjusted people. So it helped me venture off into this exploration of self, right? By the time I'm 10 years old, I'm trying to rap to make sense of my unique upbringing and my unique experiences, literally just as a creative outlet. By the time I was 13, all of these albums became the soundtrack to my life, right? If you're a 90s baby and grew up with these albums, make some noise for yourselves, right? Arguably the best generation of hip hop ever because there were so many diverse stories before hip hop became $1 billion industry, before it got owned and operated by the corporations. We had our mom and pop record labels. We had our mom and pop radio stations that would play hip hop maybe once a week as opposed to home for hip hop and R&B, right? Like it was a different time. But in this, all of these artists, in lieu of me having my own father, became my father figures. Became my older brothers, became my OGs. And it was one song in particular, I actually get my rap name from it, from the Nas album, The World Is Yours, this song here. Who remembers this song if you grew up in the 90s, right? So I actually get my rap name from this song. Unlearn the World is because it's this song that made me want to take my rapping seriously. Right? When Nas says, writing in the book of rhymes, all my words past the margin, I understood now the concept of metaphor, right? As a kid who went to school and recognized how dangerous it was to go past the margins, I understood the metaphor of breaking that boundary. And it was literally the next day I went to like a CVS type store. I think back in the days, they had it Woolworth, if you remember Woolworth. And I bought my first rhyme book. So from 13 until present day, I'm still an active writer. And it was very unique in that my rhyme writing served as a journal. I put forewords in it. I put notes to myself in it, aside from songs and rap lyrics and all of these things. It was my way to make sense of everything. And I always hearken back to this. We just celebrated the 30th anniversary of this album. For those who don't know, Illmatic is in the canon of classic hip hop albums. Easily and arguably one of the most influential albums of the 20th century going into the 21st century. It was written by an 18-year-old boy from Queensbridge named Nasir Jones, right? He just won Grammys maybe a few years back, but I am indebted to this album and I'm indebted to that rapper because it helped me at least start the journey of self-exploration, and then that journey led me to self-healing and mental health and wellness. But I want to hear from you all, right? And also what better way to be introduced into your pathway of wellness than a song that tells you the world is yours, right? Like that's just a sidebar. But I want to hear from you all. When I say the word hip hop, what are some words that come to mind? Not artists, but particular words. I'm not looking for anything specific. Just raise your hand and shout them out. Culture, beats, expression, change. All of these are great. You can give yourself a gold star, pat yourself on the back for that. Like, I'm obsessed and I'm inviting you to assess your relationship with the actual word, let alone the culture. And we're going to get into the culture in just a bit. A couple of concepts I want to introduce as we're getting into this talk is I see hip hop as a social justice movement. As we talk about the history of it, you'll kind of understand why I see it as a social justice movement. The word in and of itself is a buzz term nowadays, especially in liberal Bay Area or seemingly liberal. It's really not grounded in a lot of understanding. So when I talk to my students, I make sure they are grounded in the understanding of the actual word. Justice in terms of the distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privileges within a society, right? I submit that hip hop starts foundationally as a social justice movement. It wasn't until a little bit later that I also understood that hip hop and hip hop culture is also a wellness movement. It is a way for young, marginalized people to heal themselves from the traumas induced by the society that they exist in. And we'll continue with that concept as well. A couple of other concepts to understand. When I was an adjunct professor at Holy Names University, I created this definition of hip hop. It's my personal definition. It's a medium of self-expression where community is created through the performance, celebration, and of shared experiences, desires, and circumstances. Right? The main three words here are community, performance, and celebration. Community and activism is how human beings have historically thrived throughout the course of human history. Starting with our insular families, branching out into our extended families, our tribes, our nation states, so on and so forth. We need each other to survive, right? What's unique about hip hop is that it doesn't create community based on proximity. It creates community based on ability and based on a foundational understanding of basic ideas, right? Mainly in a common space where performance and there is celebration. We're here to celebrate life because around our neighborhoods, there was death and there was destruction. Another thing I like to say, and I think is very appropriate to the theme of this conference, is that hip hop is remix culture. One of the very first MCs named Grandmaster Caz, he was part of a collective called the Cold Crush Brothers. He was quoted as saying, hip hop did not invent anything, it reinvented everything. We are continuously reimagining and reinterpreting through the lens of our own individual as well as our collective experiences. And we do so as a conduit for self-awareness, self-discovery, transformation, and I also like to add transcendence. We have so many case studies within hip hop culture of young men who literally thought and spoke their ways into a new reality from very impoverished and very hard conditions. But we're at a mental health conference and we ask why hip hop matters. Number one, it's the predominant form of youth self-expression around the world. If you have anyone in your life that is under the age of 24, they are very much hip hop influenced. If they don't listen to hip hop every single day, they're very much hip hop influenced. It's the most streamed genre of music in the world, so it literally provides the soundtrack for youth culture and pop culture nowadays. We set the tone and pace for pop culture, so when McDonald's wants to sell we're off those words already. But they're still nonetheless because they recognize the value of the music, the culture, as well as the demographic. Last but not least, and this is the part that gets my kids and my students really excited, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry that employs hundreds of thousands of creative young people. This is empowering in that for those who are marginalized or made to feel ashamed of who they are, it's an industry that allows you to be embraced without having to scold. I can walk in spaces and never have to use my job interview voice, right? Or my non-threatening black tone. I can be who I am holistically and still be embraced in my culture. Hip hop asks nothing of you but to come as you truly are or as you want to be in your amplified self and facilitates that for you. But I also think it's very aligned with what our theme is. Redefining crazy, it's the 50 years, hip hop has been telling America just this, right? We have taken our brutality, we have taken our oppression, and we have used it to become superhumans in the way that we think, in the way that we function, in the way that we act in terms of our talent. And we have been consistently and perpetually telling America about itself in terms of what we have experienced that brought us to this point, right? Or it is the system. It's not the people. It reminds me of a Krishnamurti quote. It is no measure of health to be well-adjusted to a profoundly sick society, right? So when we talk about kids not getting good grades in school or being overly disciplined or being suspended or expelled because of fighting, violence, because their inabilities to sit down, what we're really saying is we're talking about kids. And this is the group of kids that hip hop embraces. The people who aren't with the programming. The people who are looking to unlearn because the world is telling them something about themselves that they intrinsically do not agree with. And that has always been my personal history. There were things that society was telling me, my mother was telling me, my teachers were telling me that I intrinsically did not agree with. And it was my understanding I truly was to the forefront, right? One, maybe because I'm petty and I wanted to prove them wrong, right? But aside from that, it was really to show a pathway of what could be possible if you just take autonomy over your own life as opposed to becoming the figment of somebody else's imagination. And black and brown kids all too often are the figment of the imagination of white supremacy. And this, we'll get into this a little bit later. But let's get into this. This will be eye-opening and very educational and informative, hopefully, right? Anyone want to tell me where hip-hop starts? The Bronx, New York. You got to give yourselves a round of applause for that. This is a trivia test I do with my kids all the time. So I grew up in Manhattan. I'm a proud uptown boy, right? Born and raised in Washington Heights. For those who don't know about Washington Heights, it's like the Mission District, but with taller buildings and black people who talk Spanish, right? School, alternative performing arts high school, so it was for kids who like to sing, dance, rap, make beats, do all these things, but also got into a lot of trouble. That was me in 8th grade going into 9th grade, right? But hip hop starts in the Bronx, starts in the 1970s. This is the 1970s New York. The rubble that these kids are standing on used to be a building. There were landlords who were burning their buildings down to collect insurance money. There were people who were living or squatting in abandoned buildings. Water. There was an aftermath of poverty and oppression coming out of the 60s. And before we can even talk about the advent of hip hop, we'd be remiss if we don't talk about all the events that came to influence the advent of hip hop, right? Everything that happened in the 1960s, the Vietnam War ending, national recession, bad economy or an economic crisis in New York, high crime, gangs being created among the youth. And when I say the youth, kids as young as 12 and 13 who are belonging to or part of gangs as a means to procure whatever little resources they had in their own neighborhoods, mainly their block. And that dynamic still goes on to this day. But in the midst of all of this, you had the civil rights movement. You obviously had the Black Panther Party over there in Oakland. Right across the bridge right here, we had the Summer of Love and the counterculture of the hippie happened in UC Berkeley and other universities just recently. People literally thought we were on the verge of another American Revolution, and there were a lot of people who were actively fighting for the very liberties and rights that we often take for granted for, and in many areas of our society we're still fighting for. People like Medgar Evers, assassinated in 1963. John F. Kennedy, also assassinated the same year. Malcolm X in 1965. Martin Luther King. Fred Hampton, who was 21 years old and was the leader of the Black Panther Party in Chicago, killed by police officers. I submit and argue that the death or the imprisonment of people who were fighting for change created a collective trauma. And I'm of the opinion that you can't talk about racism, you can't talk about class, you can't talk about respectability politics or pulling yourself up by your bootstraps in our society without addressing individual The idea that your entire prefrontal cortex goes offline when you're in a position of fight or flight, right? Again, that explained almost every kid I knew growing up, right? But we're also talking about collective trauma that happens to large groups of individuals, transmitting transgenerationally across communities, war, genocide, slavery, terrorism. How many of this has happened in the last 20 years? These things still exist, and whether we recognize it or are aware of it or not, they still have a profoundly deep effect on us collectively as well as individually, right? In the 1960s, early 70s, you had extreme groups like the Weather Underground, cults like the People's Temple, gangs like the Bloods and Crips being formed, Black Liberation Army, Nation of Gods and Earths, Black Spades in New York, all of them responding to the sign of the time for change mutating into hostility. And from what I understand, hostility is unresolved pain, right? Also, you have the advent of disco music on the heels of the Stonewall riots in the 1960s, right? This gave young people from the LGBT community a space to enjoy themselves, identify with like-minded individuals, play music all throughout the night. This is important because it introduced, which then is picked up and really exemplified at this building, 1520 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx. Now, unbeknownst to a lot of people, hip hop as we know it started with the little girl. Ladies, make some noise, please, please. The little girl that I'm talking about is Cindy Campbell, who at 14 years old had an amazing idea of raising money for school clothes by throwing a back-to-school jam in the community center of her building. The ladies 25 cents. She made about $500 a night. Adjusted for inflation, it's $3,000 today, right? You could imagine the young girls in my classroom going crazy when they hear that number, right? She hired her older brother, Clive Campbell, otherwise known as DJ Kool Herc, to DJ that party. And at that party, he creates what he then called the merry-go-round style of DJing. It is a performance, and he is taking or isolating the solo drums of each funk record he would play for the party. This drum solo, otherwise known as the breaks, he would remix them and play them back to back in order to extend the beat break and make people dance more or make people dance differently. This style of DJing at this party for young people is what we now know as hip-hop culture. It invents what we now know as hip-hop. Environment from this style of DJing is where we get our social justice program. It's where we get our wellness program, because literally within a year of this event, there were parties being thrown in the Bronx that were too big for the community centers. They had to put them in the parks, and they called them block parties or block jams. And it's where a lot of gangs who spent years fighting each other violently, killing, robbing, stabbing each other, were able to create by expressing themselves, and if they couldn't solve their differences, they would then battle creatively. DJ battles, breakdance battles, MC battles, so on and so forth. Again, the people who are starting this cultural movement at the time are no older than 18 years old. 13 to 18 years old, and they are creating a wellness program and a social justice program in their own neighborhoods and in their own environments. Absent of any real help, they are self-organizing, they are self-determined, to the point where they create their own ideological framework in the 5 elements and 4 principles of hip-hop. This is the actual flyer 50 years ago that Cindy Campbell created to invite people to her party, right? Not knowing that it would be history, right? We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of what was a party in the Bronx that became the biggest cultural movement of the 20th century. So again, for those who are hip-hop heads, this is just a refresher. For those who never enjoyed or listened to hip-hop or in it the way that I'm in it, these are our 5 elements, right? Very unique in that one is more abstract than the rest of the 4. You have DJing, you have breaking, you have MCing, you have graffiti writing, and then you have knowledge. And knowledge being the one that's the abstract one, but when we say knowledge in hip-hop, we're talking becoming learning who you are through endeavoring in each of these expressive elements and remixing yourself ultimately. When we say hip hop is remix culture, what you are ultimately remixing is yourself. This group of elements, these 5 elements, is what allowed young kids in the Bronx to redefine what they were and what they were capable of. The chain snatcher who then became as a chain snatcher, they identified themselves as a breakdancer. They took autonomy over their own lives. They took autonomy over language. They took autonomy over movement. They took autonomy over music. They took autonomy over art. We remixed everything, and we gave it back into the world in a way that made sense for us. We also had 4 core principles. These served as the community agreements of every hip-hop party going into having fun. Now in rave culture, they've adopted very similar principles: peace, love, unity, and respect. But originally it was having fun because it was about enjoying your youth and not being bogged down or aged by the violence, the oppression, and the poverty that was around you, right? Again, these are teenagers creating an ideological framework for an artistic cultural movement that only exists in these parties in the Bronx. By 1970, because people were looting stores and getting DJ equipment, right? For better or for worse. Now, a little bit about our organization. We've been around 10 years. What started as an organization that was mainly grassroots based to give local artists more opportunities to perform, evolved into a fully integrated educational program that goes throughout schools, not only in the Bay Area, but around the country, kindergarten through 12th grade. Grounding taught you all, and then allowing them to endeavor in each of the elements. But what we do is we provide not only culturally responsive, but culturally affirming arts education. Not only using and leveraging your lived experience to explain higher ideals and concepts, but also affirming that your lived experience and who you are culturally and ethnically has value in the educational space, right? It wasn't value add to my educational experience, right? And if we are in an opportunity to teach that to kids in an elementary school, it's very tantamount to me or any of my educators going in class and telling them the same way Nas told me, the world is yours, right? We provide both safe and brave spaces for youth to express themselves and create. I literally just left a group of kids who were having a writing workshop here, right? That's where I was. I didn't wake up tomorrow morning, eat this coffee, and just hopped along to a keynote. I was active in my classroom, right? We provide opportunities for local artists to become leaders and mentors, right? So if you're trying to find your way as an emerging artist who isn't high school age, or maybe a little bit older, you can teach what you know, and we train people to do so. Last but not least, we're doing all of this as a of hip hop culture and Black and brown youth. And we'll get into the details as to why this is so disastrous. But these are just some of the things that we do as an organization, aside from social justice driven events, fundraisers, and a lot of other initiatives when we partner with a lot of different organizations. We've created rap music videos to save our Bay Area waters, to bring attention to the fair chance housing law. We do a lot of videos or multimedia initiatives to raise awareness about socio or political things that are going on in our community. Now, for the future. Some of my educators have already gone through this, but this is what we are trying to make standard in terms of our training procedure to mold local artists into actual educators. Not only are you trained in basic classroom checked, you're TB tested, you're trained in trauma-informed care, dynamic mindfulness, restorative justice, and nonviolent communication. More particularly, as you are onboarded as an educator, you take your ACEs test, you take your personality test. From day one, as an educator, you start learning about yourself before you can teach anybody, right? When I learned my own ACEs score, it explained much more about my behavior in the world and my health conditions and my mental state. It gave me a profound, deep insight into who I was. Same thing with my personality test. I matched our training based on my own experiences, right? And part of the reason I'm standing here is because I'm always in therapy, aside from me doing music and all of that. And it was an experience where my older brother, who I lived with for years, obviously, was having a manic episode and speaking to me on the phone. And as in my head, as I'm telling him or telling myself, he needs therapy, and tell myself, Marlon, if he needs therapy, you need therapy. Because you literally slept head to foot in the same bed in many cases, right? So it was that understanding and that realization that had me endeavor into therapy, and it was a life-changing, life-altering experience for me. Being able to really identify the root cause of a lot of my behavioral issues and being able to make peace with that, being able to understand and have the faculty and the language to identify emotions that were going on in me and how they express themselves, whether verbally or otherwise, changed my entire life. And it is those ideals and those understandings that I try to infuse into our general best practices as educators within our organization. Thank you for that. So in terms of programming, we provide interactive and engaging pep rallies and pep rally style presentations as assemblies. This is for groups as young as kindergarten all the way through high school. We do one-off immersive workshops in any of the elements of hip hop. So we're getting kids to actively learn how to DJ, learn how to make beats, learn how to rap, do graffiti art, break dance, infusing themes of multiculturalism, tolerance, wellness, dynamic mindfulness, as well as just healthy self-expression overall. We provide multi-week programs, 6 to 12-week classes, either after school or during the school day, full-day conferences where we right now. We do professional development for educators. So if you're a K through 12th grade educator, we come in and teach you how to use or infuse hip hop into your lesson planning, into your conversations, how to actually have culturally responsive and affirmative pedagogy being practiced in your classroom. And last but not least, we do hip hop community events and activations, like an environmental justice summit that we're planning in August. We are also planning a hip San Francisco Parks and Rec, shout out to them, and other organizations, but this is the work that we do. Let's see. Now, one thing I like to always end off with is because a lot of people have never heard this history before. They've never understood this. Even teenagers who listen to hip hop every single day don't know the founders of this culture. They don't know that teenagers created the culture that they take for granted every day that is now used to sell McDonald's hamburgers, right? And the quick math of it is as follows. 90% of the rap music you listen to is owned by 3 companies: Universal Music, Sony Music, and Warner Music. 80% of the rap that is purchased by suburban white college kids from 18 to 24. Based on Pew Research studies, 75% of white Americans do not have a personal friend of color. 4 white people in America do not have a personal friend of color to understand and empathize with the lived experiences of people of color in our country. So what happens when they consume this music and then become HR? What happens when they consume this music and then become cops who have to patrol the streets of Watts or Compton or Harlem or who are already coming from Iraq with PTSD, right? And they've been conditioned to accept and understand that young black and brown people are hyper-violent, hyper-misogynist, and glorify self-destructive behavior. It becomes a problem. It becomes a very deep problem, right? And now if you listen to a lot of our narratives in our current rap music that is co-opted by these corporations, hyperviolence, hypermisogyny, glorification of drug selling and drug use, hyperconsumption of alcohol. What's happening now at a corporate level is that corporations are complicit in selling and benefiting financially from the normalized dysfunction of black and brown youth, as opposed to healing them. This is why music like Fight the from Dead Prez is now subjugated to the fringe of hip hop culture, why hypermisogyny and all of those things take front and center stage, right? We've gone the last month in hip hop culture talking about a rap beef because that sells more records and people pay more attention to conflict in our culture than they do to empowerment and upliftment. And this is directly resulting, or this is directly related to the 30 some odd years, right? Since 1996, when hip hop becomes a $1 billion industry, and at the same time, the Telecommunications Act is implemented that allows corporations to buy up small mom and pop radio stations. The narrative of hip hop that had groups like Public Enemy, at the same time they had NWA, at the same time that you had Wu-Tang, at the same time that you had MC Lyte and Queen Latifah, at the same time you had Terminator X and X-Clan and Tribe Called Quest. Everybody sounds the same. Everybody has the same story, and everybody is encouraging you into the same self-destructive behavior that is making so much money for these corporations that then have investments in the private prison industrial complex, right? Who also make textbooks, by the way. So it's the same three companies on one level or another, not only giving you the textbooks to teach your kids, but giving them music created themselves. Right? We're not having a big enough conversation in our culture about how our own culture is being co-opted as a social engineering mechanism to put black and brown people in jail. And it's our organization, along with a lot of other organizations in this ilk, in this milieu, a lot of other people who are doing the work on their own in their rural communities, who are trying to take the culture back so that we could continue to spark the brain. So on that note, I appreciate y'all time. I will open it up for questions if there are any. Thank you very much. I know I think we're a little bit over, but if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to field any questions. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. I see a question right here. No problem. Appreciate that. Thank you. Last call for questions. Yes, thank you for that. If there are no other questions, again, I appreciate your time. Make some noise for yourselves. Self-love is the best kind of love. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, can you hear me? Before you, who said no? Before you go, if you're not an MHA staff member, can you raise your hand? Non-MHA staff, there you go. Could you do an exercise for me? Could you grab one of the pads in front of you, write your name and email address? Please do, because you get a fun treat at the end. Yeah. And then I'll ask the camera folks to cut me off at a certain point so I could introduce what I'm about to do. Okay? So I'm Mark Salazar, the CEO of MHASF. I just want to say thank you for coming. I appreciate all of you for staying back and listening to Marlon and Hip Hop for Change. It's an amazing program. That's why we selected them and asked them to present today. Unfortunately, it's at this time, so we apologize for that. I'm pretty sure you all had lots of engaging conversations, learning from one another, learning new tools, new information, making new connections. I'm hoping that you can bring this back to your communities and change the world and really redefine this entire system. As Marlon would say, it is broken, and that's why we named it that. So thank you again. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. And then, Mike, folks, can you cut off my live stream through the internet? Thank you for watching online. Give me a thumbs up once